do roll call?
Yes.
Well, you know, I think that would probably be a good idea to do that first. Okay, roll call, vote. Trustee Toasty.
Here.
Trustee Rios will be joining us in closed session. Trustee Martinez.
Here.
And Trustee Grist.
Here.
And O'Connor, Trustee Kim, I am here. Alrighty. No public comments for closed session at all? Okay, anything else that we need to do before we move on? Okay, let's have a motion to convene to closed session.
I make a motion.
I'll second.
Okay, and roll call. Trustee Toasty?
Aye.
Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
Trustee Grist?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well, and so move. We will go on into closed session, and this ends at 3:36, 3:34?
3:34.
3:34, alrighty. Hammer, let's do this. Board meeting. Can we all stand for the flag salute, please? Ready, salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, at this time we have some students and staff members to recognize, and we're going to allow Sunny Slope to go first. So Mr. Rivas, you're up.
Outstanding. Oh, okay. This is not the microphone I'm used to using at Sunny Slope. Okay, so thank you, parents and families and everybody that came out tonight. It is my honor tonight to recognize, and some of you, when we made the phone calls in terms of what this was about, what I did was I sent an email out to the teachers and I said, it is our month to recognize students at the staff at the board meeting. And so I asked them, can you pick somebody who you feel has been working hard, is a star of your classroom, and it just exemplifies everything that Sunny Slope is supposed to be about. And so I got the list, we made the phone calls, and then because I know we are packed in here, I'm gonna announce the names. We're gonna come up. Is anybody gonna wanna shake some students' hands? All right. So we'll do it almost like it's an awards assembly. We'll have you come up, give you the award, add the medal for you, and then you'll go through and shake the board of trustees' hands, and interim superintendent Kip Ward at the end. All right, so starting off, and I don't know the order, so we'll see. It's not alphabetical, it's in no particular order. So starting off, we have Sebastian Viveros Villafuente. Did you make it out? Are you out there? Is he maybe out in the parking lot? Oh, there he is. And I apologize, with Sebastian's, I forgot the list. Mr. Ward, can you tell me what's written on his, because this was from each teacher, and I forgot to read that off.
Academics and kindness.
Absolutely, academics and kindness. Next up, for academics, behavior and kindness, and an all-around great student, Uso Pisamaka. Did you make it out, Uso? Outside, maybe? All right, I will get this to him in the morning. All right. For behavior, academics, social skills, being an amazing all-around student, Allison Gonzalez. Allison. All right. Everybody confirmed on the phone, but I know life happens. All right, what about Aubrey Arana? I saw you out there for great behavior, best smile, all-around kind students. All right, for working hard every day, making great improvements in the classroom, Cecilia Mesa Martinez. Cecilia? All right, we'll keep that just in case she shows up. All right, I know you're here because I saw you walking in, working hard every day in the classroom, being a kind person to this class and students and everybody on campus, Phoenix Muth. All right. Working hard in school every day, being a great peer and classmate, Hannah Nakamoto. Right in front of me. And I also saw this next young man for working hard, academics, good behavior, being a great model inside the classroom, Dario Juarez.
I'm gonna go back to the classroom and teach
All right. For overall great academics, good behavior, great student, Alexa Guardian. Alexia. All right, I also saw her, so I know she is here for academics, kindness, bright personality, and making everybody's days better. Eviana Vasquez. I know you're out there, I saw you. Eviana? There you are. All right, I also know she is here for being a supportive, hardworking, and respectful student in this classroom, Jua Lee. All right, I'm not sure if you're here, I haven't seen you. For behavior, being an incredible writer, and doing great every day, Eileen Zamora Fuentes. Eileen? No, Eileen. All right, I know you're here because I've seen you for grades, being kind, funny, caring, and a great outfit on the Dress Like Your Teacher, Isla Munoz. All right, I also know this young man is here for overall great behavior, thoughtfulness, and humor in the classroom, Ian Leonore. Ian, I saw you. Where'd you go? Oh, let him through, let him through. And I also know he is here. Academics, being an honest student, inspiring to everybody around him, Ruben Renteria Quiros III. All right, now this one goes all the way back to the COVID days because this young woman was always winning awards for being a top reader in the footsteps of brilliance, academics, kindness, hardworking since kindergarten, Stacy Ramirez. All right, I'm not sure if you're here. For academics, outstanding behavior, doing an amazing job at school, Leo Aguilar. Leo, there he is. All right, I agree with this one. Being an excellent role model for everybody at school and excelling in academics, Ariana Seha. All right, for excelling in academics and having great positive relationships everywhere at school, Daniel Camacho. Daniel, did you make it out? I've not seen you. All right, I'll make sure I get this to him in the morning. All right, I know you're here because your sibling is already up there for academics. Oh, sorry, Camacho. Sorry, Daniel, come on. He was hiding in the back. I forget there's a crowd that some of these students have to get through. All right, on to our next student now. academics, respect, positivity, being a great overall student in the entire school, Jimena Juarez. All right, overall great academics, working hard every day, Ulysses Hernandez. Ulysses. I'm going to wait a little bit longer on this one just in case he's there. He is. All right, perfect. I thought maybe fighting through the crowd. All right, and I saw you for making great strides in reading, improving every day, positive attitude, working hard. Gabriel Long. All right, this next one, making great improvements in academics, working hard every day, being a great student inside and outside of the classroom, Damian Sanchez. He's making his way. He's making his way up. All right, our next student, for working hard every day, positive attitude in the classroom, helping everything and everyone, Dominic Reyes. Dominic. There he is. He's making his way up. All right, I know you're here as well. I saw you walking in. For academics, attendance, being a great leader and helper in the classroom, Vincent Vinny Palacios III. He's making his way up. He was in the way back row. All right, I'm not sure if you're here. I haven't seen you. This next young man, for being respectful, a hard worker in the classroom, making great strides every day, Titus Fuentes. Titus, did you make it? Titus going once. Titus going twice. All right, here we go. All right. We're just going to do a quick check if anybody arrived while we were doing. Eileen, some more points? There she is. Eileen, hey, good call, good call. What about Cecilia Meza Martinez? Cecilia? Allison Gonzalez? Allison Gonzalez? Uso Pisamaka? Fly up here. Uso? And then Titus? That's called? All right. So real quick before we have our picture, right, that's all the students we have announced for Sunnysville. Ladies and gentlemen, everybody that's up here, I want to remind you, okay, that I believe in you. Superintendent Kip Ward, the Board of Trustees, every adult in this room believes in you. And we know that together we can do anything. That's right.
We're going to form two rows. We'll make a second row.
Have the taller ones stand behind the little ones.
You guys come up front. We're rearranging. Come on up. Come on up. Come to the front. Can you come to the front? Beautiful faces. Come on up front. You two come on up front.
Good job. Perfect. Here. Smart, sunny slope kids. Here. Okay. Maybe we can slide behind them.
Yep.
Yeah.
Coming behind
I am.
us, guys.
Just come right behind you guys.
Right
You
behind
need
us.
to wear heels next time.
Where's our principal?
Mr. Rivas, getting you.
All right.
All right, good job, everybody. Good job.
Thank you, everybody, for coming out. We
Joe,
appreciate it.
Joe, let them know that they don't.
Oh yeah, and they moved us first, so that you're more than welcome to go home now and celebrate with however you like. It's not rude to leave. Go ahead and stand up. We understand. Thank you for coming out.
We have more. We have more.
Oh, yeah.
That's why I said first we could understand like 80% was us in our crowd. Thank you. No, this was just so I would just let everybody clear out.
Thank you for coming out. Drive safe. Have a good night.
I'm watching more on there. Yeah, not me.
Yeah, there you go.
One more photo for you all.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, really nice. No, it's very respectful. Satisfaction. Very but I
Good evening, everybody. This evening, Maze would like to recognize our students that have met the reclassification criteria, and that is in passing the LPAC, which is no small feat. These kids have worked tirelessly to work on their academics, their reading, their writing, to be able to pass this test, and I'm happy to say that we had 30 of our students do that this year. So students, if you're here, when I call your name, just come on up and get your award. Noe Acosta Montes. Daniel Adame. Chanel Alvize. Angel Ayon Gonzalez. Aaron Barrera Sanchez. Kenya Calderon. Isaiah Chavez Gonzalez. Francisco Gael Cid Ramirez. Kenya Estrada Ilias. Jasmine Gonzalez Santos. Luz Hilarita Gonzalez Santos. Melissa Gutierrez. Logan Huerta. Dominique Lopez Gonzalez. Juan Martinez Abarca. Javier Medina. Violet Navarrete. Ziana Parra. Adrian Peña. Diana Renteria Quiroz. Alexander Rocha Esparza. David Rojas. Fabian Romo Gonzalez. Edwin Sagatume. Blas Santana. Deborah Vasquez. Camila Zavala. Matthew Cepeda. Giovanni Ramirez Pantoja. And Oscar Catano Rodriguez.
Then I'm just going to squeeze in one more. Allison Gonzalez, she got here a little late, but Allison Gonzalez from Central. I might want to add, I see a lot of Sunny Slope Tigers up there. No big deal. Just saying.
Thanks for the front load handoff, Joe. All right, students, again, we are so very proud of you. Keep going. You're going to go to amazing places. You're going to soar high just like a hawk does. Congratulations.
All right, good evening, Superintendent Ward and members of the board. I'm here to recognize our community school staff. So tonight we come together to celebrate something truly special, the heart and soul of our community school, our core teams, and our district office leaders. Each of them plays an essential role in weaving together the fabric of support that our students, families, and communities rely on. Their dedication, compassion, and collaborative spirit are what bring the community school's vision to life every single day. Tonight, I would like to recognize the countless ways they lead with heart, go above and beyond, and inspire a positive change across our schools. Whether through partnership, family engagement, student support, or in innovative programs, their work echoes far beyond the classroom walls. So tonight we pause to say thank you, to shine a light on their impact, and to celebrate their unwavering commitment to equity, opportunity, and community. Let's start the celebration. When I call your name, come on up. We have your certificate and a little treat for you to enjoy. So first up is Dr. Colleen Myers for her leadership and support. Thank you.
Hilarious.
Good work. Next up we have Annabelle Alvarez. She's not with us tonight, but her support and commitment to our team. Next we have Leonore. She's also one of our secretaries that supports and her commitment to our team. We'd like to recognize her. Here she is. Next up, we have our Calaveras team, our Calaveras core team. We have Ken Woods. We have Jesus Godoy. I think they're outside. We have our, here he comes. Jaime Garcia is one of our lead teachers at Cal. I don't think he's here tonight. Elena Lopez Castillo, she is one of our school liaisons. I don't believe she's here tonight either. All right, thank you. Next, we have Mays' community school partners here. We have our principal, Prima Kabibi. Barbara Penny is our lead teacher at Mays. She's not here with us tonight. Anna Jimenez, who is our liaison for Mays, I don't believe she's here either. Get these to them. Our next core team is from Aro Hardin. We have our principal, Lilia Espinoza. She's not with us tonight. We have our lead teacher, Darcy Cristobal. She is here tonight. We have our liaison, Grethel. She is not here tonight, I don't believe either.
Thank you.
Our next core team that we have to recognize is Rancho San Justo, Deb Armstrong.
Thank you.
Our lead teacher is John Egan. I don't believe he's here either. We have our school liaison, Antonia Rios. And we have our Sunny Slope team, Mr. Joe Rivas. our lead teacher, Marlon. She's here tonight.
Thank you. Thank you.
And last but not least, we have Eduardo. He is not with us tonight. He is the school liaison. Thank you for all your hard work and dedication to our students and families. All right, that is everyone that showed up. Did your parents bring their cameras?
Picture time!
We don't buy it.
That's it. Tell them. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3. Perfect.
Thank you. Good job, good job.
We still have one more.
Yep.
Don't go nowhere.
All right. Okay. This is a lot of awards tonight. I feel like the end of the year is a big time to celebrate, isn't it?
Yep.
And to recognize the hardworking staff and students that we have. And so tonight, I am honored to begin by recognizing some remarkable leaders who have shaped the work we do for multilingual learners, not from behind the scenes, but from front and center of the scenes. This year we have a DLAC president and vice president who are completing their 2-year terms, and their leadership has been nothing short of transformational. They've provided essential feedback, asked hard questions, and shared ideas that led to district improvements, such as parent support video series on the webpage that you see was inspired by them. Their contributions go beyond meetings and minutes. They're advocates for our multilingual learner families and students, and I'm proud to share that during their time in office, they both have students that reclassified. So on behalf of the entire district, I want to thank you for your lasting impact. So first, I said primero, see that? Denise Ayaga, are you here tonight? I don't know if she's able to make it. She's coming from very far away. And our president, Catalina Alvarez, you guys, give her a huge hand. She represented the entire district. And I'm going to make her stay up for the rest of this. Congratulations. And we have a support, DLAC meetings happen at night. We have 4 of them a year, and we can't do it without the support of a team of people. And one of these people I want to recognize because she had been at every single meeting for the last 2 years and helped provide childcare. She's helped with everything we've possibly ever needed. Mabe Mendoza, please come on up. She is a wonderful support. If you know her, you love her. And now I'm going to ask these two to stand and help me in recognizing the next team that I'm going to recognize. This next team that I will be recognizing tonight is a group whose commitment to multilingual learners has been both deep and long-term. These are our EL Achieve trainers. These educators completed a 2-year professional learning journey, attended a week-long summer leadership seminar, and led our district-wide training sessions. Their dedication is a true asset to our students and our district. I'm going to start with our constructing meaning, and I don't think Elena Hatchett is here. Is she here? I just want to tell you guys, this girl she is passionate, she is persistent and fierce advocate for students. She approaches reclassification like it's a personal mission. She calls me all the time to check on kids, And students are better because she's in our district. I also want to recognize someone that I'm going to truly miss, who's leaving us on to better things, and that's Rosa de la Cruz. Come on up, Rosa. This woman is all heart in her work. She has deep expertise in language instruction and a strong voice for both students and families. She's not just a trainer, she's a mentor, and she is amazing. So, thank you. Okay, and there's one other person in this team that's not here, and if you're a teacher in the district, you know who I'm talking about. That's Tori Chin. So Tori Chin was also part of this team. She left our district, and we also miss having her as part of our group. She was an incredible trainer and part of this mission with us. We also have a team of 2 teachers that were part of our systematic ELD team. We have Evelyn Sackhow, who's not able to make it tonight, but she is one of the most knowledgeable, humble educators I've had the pleasure of working with. Every decision she makes is thoughtful and grounded and what's in the best interest of the students. She is amazing. So she's not here tonight, but we do have Marlon Tinajero. Marlon, can you come on up? Marlon is a brand new teacher. She is so brave, who jumped into this with a veteran team of teachers like she's been doing it for years. She's a powerhouse, and you know what? When I look at Mrs. Tinajero, I know that there is hope for the future of our district because I see leadership in her, and she is amazing. So congratulations and thank you for the work you did. All right. And even though these amazing educators have chosen different paths of support, don't think that means you're safe from me calling you again in the future for projects or working with this team, because it has been a joy and your professional heart and commitment have made a lasting impact, and I am sincerely grateful for you. As to our systematic ELD teachers, we want to take a moment to recognize our team of teachers who have been working after school 3 days a week since September for over an hour and a half with kids. And I would like to celebrate their dedication and what they have done this year. I'm going to call you up by school site, so sometimes there will be 2, and they're right there in order, so as I call them, you'll see them in order. So the first one cannot be here tonight. That's Cynthia Noddy, who single-handedly ran an outstanding systematic ELD program for AAA and Calaveras this year, so she included AAA students. We're very excited for that. At Sierra Vista, we have Cami St. John, is she here? And Alicia Hernandez. They partnered at Sierra Vista this year to deliver powerful, consistent support. And I don't see them, but we'll go on to the next 2. We also have Maribel Magana, and she is here. And Sheila, the 2 of them together coming out at HCLA. We welcome Maribel, a first-year Mission Achieved teacher who stepped confidently into systematic ELD and brought fresh energy and commitment. Alongside her, Sheila is now in her 2nd year who continues to build on a strong foundation, and she is quite clearly a teacher at heart, Sheila. Thank you. Our lab lane teachers are Mandy Correa and Lori Kasiwagi. And I'm sure that they said they would not be able to be here tonight, but they did also run a program at Lab Lane that we're very appreciative of. And finally, we have someone who's shy. I don't think he would show up to a meeting either, but it's Adrian Silva. Is he here tonight? He would, and Mary Christian. So at R.O. Hardin, we recognize our most seasoned SELD team. Adrian and Mary are finishing their 3rd year in the role, and we're grateful for their long-term commitment to students. So to all our SELD teachers, to our trainers, to our DLAC, I want to tell you that you help students. You help students that are at risk. You help long-term English learners. You help students gain confidence. You help them take steps toward reclassification, and your work is vital. So thank you for all you do.
Thank you. Once we get there. Oh, yes, I will. Okay. Then you have three, just regular public comments. Wait, adjourn. We will resume the meeting as soon as our board clerk is able to get back to us. You ready? Yes. Okay, we have a lot of cards. We have lots of cards. Do you want to announce about the 15 minutes for one topic, or do you want me to announce?
Well, where are we at here? We're at Flag Salute. Oh, we're
First
here.
session and this.
Oh, you're gonna do that, and then we're gonna approve the agenda. So we're gonna do the switch.
It's already on the. Is the Hollister part is so we're okay.
We're gonna keep it separate. We're gonna keep it separate.
Okay, we're moving on to agenda item 8, and that is closed session announcements. I have 2 announcements from closed session. The first announcement is the Board of Trustees heard an appeal hearing in closed session and will be rendering their decision within the next 10 working days. The second announcement from closed session is the board took action to release and non-reelect a certificated administrative employee identified by employee number 42614 effective at the end of the 2024-25 school year, and directed the superintendent to send out appropriate legal notices. The roll call vote was unanimous. Moving on now to agenda item number 9. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda as is?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call vote, Trustee Toasty?
Aye.
Trustee Rios on?
Aye.
She's an aye. Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
Trustee Grist?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. We're moving now to item number 10, public comments, which will be led by our board clerk, Jan Grist.
Angelisa and Rebecca, next time we'll have to have your last names.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know how the process worked.
Yeah.
I apologize.
Come on up, please.
Can you state your full name for the record?
And to help you monitor your time, our Director of Technology puts up on the screen there, you have 3 minutes, and so you can kind of see on the screen.
We're here today to bring attention to a critical need within
You
our
have to speak into the microphone.
We're here today to bring attention to a critical need within our district concerning the staff who work with the medically fragile students. Given that all current classifications are currently under review, including para job descriptions, We believe this is an ideal time to pursue a proposal. Establishing a formal distinction between general and medical paras would ensure that those who work with medically fragile students are properly supported and compensated. Our request is not for retroactive payments, but rather a fair minimal adjustment that acknowledges the increased responsibilities, specialized training, and the critical care required in this role. The compensation proposed is far less than what it would take to hire nurses for the handful of medically fragile students in the district. We would like to propose the creation of a new job classification such as medically fragile para. In addition to a reclassification, we propose a stipend for the medically fragile backup team to acknowledge their role in supporting primary medical para staff who are unavailable. The current team handling the medical fragile students within the district consists of 4 lead medical paras and 4 backup medical paras at Lad Lane. Their work mirrors that of school nurses, and it is only fair that their dedication and expertise are formally recognized. While all paras in our district complete annual mandatory training, paras working with medically fragile students undergo far more specialized training. This additional training includes tube feeding, seizure response, medication administration, health protocols, daily documentation, medical and physical support, monitoring vital health equipment, mobility devices, and more. This role demands the ability to respond quickly to life-threatening emergency situations. It's important to note that the training for these roles is intensive. For example, at Lad Lane, where most of the students are currently placed, it can take 1 to 3 weeks, possibly more, to properly train one single para due to the complexity of the medical care required. This is not something that can be expected of all paras across the district, particularly school sites without medically fragile students. Training paras who will not work with these students or have expressed that they would be uncomfortable in that role would be inefficient use of resources. It was stated that all paras are expected to support students regardless of comfort, but is it essential that those working with medically fragile students are competent and adequately trained? It is unfair to place an untrained para in a role where they might be responsible for that student. As a parent, we would all agree that we would not want an unqualified person caring for the student. Respecting when a para expresses discomfort or lack of training in these specialized areas is in the best interest of both the student and staff. We respectfully urge both the union and the board to advocate the creation of this new classification and properly compensate the handful of medical paras who carry this immense responsibility. Thank you for your attention to this important matter. We are happy to engage in additional conversations to ensure that this change is implemented in the best interest of our students and staff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rachel Demezio? I don't know if she said that. How did I do on your last name? Perfect. That's a first.
Hello, everyone. First, I want to say thank you to the board for giving HESTA a 1.5% raise this year. As you know, we just received our retro checks this month, and I am appreciative because that money allowed me to get a new phone after nearly a year of having a cracked screen, so it was a blessing. So thank you. I think I extend thanks from other HESTA members as well. Many have commented to me about how they used the money, including helping with their children's graduations, so thank you. HESTA is really looking forward to settling on salary for this coming school year during the next bargaining meeting on June 2nd. This is important to us because it means that the raise would be applied to the salary schedule at the start of next school year. It would mean no retro checks. Though retro checks are great, and I'm definitely not complaining about getting one this year, they do mean less money for members because they are taxed at a different rate. Our CBO, Ms. Wilson, has also commented that settling on salary for next year now is easier on her department. She gave the thumbs up. We look forward to working with the district to reach an agreement on June 2nd. We are disappointed and frustrated with the rejection of the PE and SBCMI math MOUs. The reinstatement of elementary school PE continues to be a high priority for teachers. That time is essential for prepping. but also for the health of our students. We know that the SBCMI math coaches MOU was rejected on the basis that the district wanted to contract out math coaches. There is a real fear, which we understand, that creating positions will lead to layoffs. We agree with the district that we don't want layoffs. So we're on the same page completely with that, and we do understand your perspective, and we appreciate it. On the second, HESTA will propose that the money that would have gone to math coach contractors would be used to compensate our own district teachers. We look forward to negotiating this new MOU with the district. Ms. Grist and Ms. Rios, who I hope you are well, Cheryl, you both have mentioned SBCMI coaches as future agenda items. We ask that you hear teachers when we say we want to see district teachers fill math coaching positions. Dr. Myers also stated during our last bargaining meeting, that members could be compensated with contractor money, and that this might be a possible solution. Finally, we proposed a stipend for special education teachers. The district rejected it. Special education teachers do so much for our most vulnerable population. Not to mention, they create and execute IEPs and have tons of meetings to keep parents, admin, and gen ed teachers informed. The district needs to think long-term about how to attract special education teachers, retain them, and appreciate those that are currently employed. Our special education teachers deserve recognition. We ask you to support this stipend for them. Thank you.
Charlie Parker.
Good evening. I'm really glad I came to this board meeting. It's great watching all the students and amazing faculty get recognized, so I'm just kind of lucky that today was my day. So anyhow, good evening, members of the board. My name is Charlie Parker, and I serve on the board of Pinnacle Arts Association. We're a nonprofit committed to expanding access to performing arts for students and for families in San Benito County. I'm here tonight to voice a deep concern and an urgent call to action. Ms. Susan Silvera, the district's music teacher for grades 4 through 8, will retire at the end of next year. As of today, there's no clear plan for a succession or any sort of backfilling of her role. So to be clear, if no action is taken, the Hollister School District's elementary and junior high music program that Ms. Silvera supports and is currently supporting 1,000 students, I don't know the exact number, it's quite a bit, it will vanish overnight. So Ms. Silvera has been doing the work of 2 teachers for years. She teaches at multiple schools, coordinates performances, manages hundreds of instruments, and mentors students across the district. She is not just a teacher, she is the backbone of music education in Hollister. The risk of inaction is devastating. Hundreds of students, many from underserved backgrounds, will lose their only opportunity for music education. We're not just talking about missing band class, we're talking about lost creativity, lost connection, and lost potential. Study after study show that students involved in music perform better academically, they attend school more regularly, and they feel a stronger sense of belonging. This is not just an arts issue, it's an equity issue and a student engagement issue. I urge this board to take immediate steps to develop a formal succession plan and begin recruitment for at least 1, if not 2, qualified music teachers to ensure continuity after Ms. Silvera retires. Our students deserve it, and our community deserves it. Also, you are not alone in this. I know that you guys have posted a music teacher role in the past, and it did not result in attracting any candidates. I'm here speaking on behalf of the local performing arts community, and we are here to lend our support. Our resources, including our network of musicians, educators, programming options, and more, are at your disposal. So let's not wait for this crucial music program to disappear before we realize what we've lost. Let's work together to ensure our students have the support they need during one of the most challenging and defining times of their young lives. Thank you.
Charlie, can you add your phone number here?
Yeah.
So that we can get a hold of you? The rest is all for. Absolutely. ready to go on to the next, that's it. No, these are all for 14. We're done.
Okay, not there yet. Alrighty, that concludes agenda item 10, public comments. We're moving now into reports, agenda item 11. The first report is the 24-25 social emotional report.
Oh, great, thank you.
Okay, good evening, Board of Trustees, Interim Superintendent Ward. I'm trying to bring this as low as I can. So I'm here to give you information on the social emotional support that we've had this school year, year 24-25. So we'll just jump right into it.
That's cool.
Starting off, we always want to remember our team, our awesome team. I was finally able to get a picture of all of us together. This is us at the Social Emotional Summit in Sacramento a couple weeks ago. So the list is different. I'm just going to read off the names from left to right according to the picture. So we start off with Nora Dozal, who's actually an SBCOE staff member and supports us at Rancho San Justo. We move into Erica Cortez, who's stationed at Calaveras in AAA. Fanny Torres, also, she is from SBCOE and she's supporting Mays. We have Serena Salinas at Rancho Santana. I'm at Lad Lane. Elizabeth Alvarez, who split sites between Sunny Slope and Sierra Vista. Yesenia Sanchez, who is at Aro Hardin, and Lucia Aleman, who's at HDLA. This year, we were also able to have an MSW student intern from San Jose State University. She supported us at Sunny Slope, and her name is Estela Rodriguez. So we started this year on focusing for professional development. The 3 trainings that we brought this year is suicide prevention. We worked with Suicide Prevention of Central Coast, and we brought that presentation to classified staff. We were also able to bring that presentation to 90 middle school students at Rancho Santana, just to bring awareness. We continue to have mental health first aid offered 3 times a year. This year we were able to train 46 staff members. Some of those staff members were retrained, which means they took the training 3 years ago and now are recertified. Year to date, from 2021 to now, we have trained 169 HSD staff members on mental health first aid. We also brought restorative practices to HSD. We had about 13 staff trained on how to run restorative justice circles at each site, just to provide a safe place for students that are having maybe some conflict to be able to address their concerns with each other and make some agreements that are going to help them feel comfortable in that school site setting. So you can see it, it's World Mental Health Day. We celebrated that on October 10th. And this year, World Mental Health Day was focused, the campaign was focused on mental health at work. So we definitely still brought awareness to the students, but we really wanted to focus on our staff because we also realized that our mental health is important. So the first picture on the left, you'll see that Sierra Vista, we brought donuts to the staff, because who doesn't like a donut, right? And you can see in the picture, it was greatly appreciated. You know? Not even the plain donuts were left. And you'll see the picture in the middle. We have Rancho Santana that support our admin supported staff by creating a self-care ticket. Is go do something for yourself today. And then at the very end, we have Lab Lane. We did a self-care bingo for staff. Some of the squares that we had was turn off your work email notifications after hours, or spend your lunch break focused on you. And I have a sample here, so whoever got blackout in a week was able to turn this in, and we provided Starbucks gift cards to them. So that's about, we have 6 staff members, but we actually had 10 that received Starbucks. So that was for World Mental Health Day. We also had Red Ribbon Week, also celebrated in October, and that is encouraging healthy lifestyles for students and their families. The pictures that we have here are from Calaveras and Lad Lane. We had activities during lunch. You can see the students participated by wearing red. They learned all these fun facts about what Red Ribbon wants to highlight, and they participated with that during lunchtime. So all these activities, we have our support from our community partners. We partner with San Benito County Behavioral Health. their PATS PEI program, which is the Prevention and Early Intervention program. They come out to every site and support us with our informal check-ins, so they are able to provide check-ins or drop-in support to any of our students. This year they also were able to bring caregiver workshops, and here's a list of the workshops that were available to caregivers after hours. We had some sites that had them in the morning. It all just depended on what was more available, what parents had filled out the survey and when they were available. So you can see some of the topics were, you know, drug awareness and prevention, dangers of social media. That seems to be a well-attended caregiver workshop, and then also supporting positive interactions at home. So thank you to San Bernardino County Behavioral Health. And I think, okay, here we go. This was the second year that we also partnered with Legacy Outreach for the holidays. This year, they were able to sponsor 18 of our Hollister School District families. We did 2 per site. So our staff worked with families to receive their wish list of what would make your holiday easier this year. And they gave us their wish list. They actually came through with full turkey dinners. So you can see we have our picture from Calaveras, Rancho Santana, and Lad Lane. Lad Lane, the gifts were amazing. They didn't even fit in the picture. They were great. So thank you to Legacy Outreach. And as mentioned in the past, you know, we recognize that sometimes it's hard for students to stay in class when their emotions are starting to spiral. So we focused this year on wellness centers and classroom calming corners at all different sites. Due to space, some sites were able to have a wellness center, and those sites are Rancho San Justo, Calaveras, Sunny Slope, which I don't have a picture of their wellness center yet, but you can see the beautiful wellness centers that Mays Middle School, Rancho Santana, and HDLA have implemented at their site that are already being utilized. We have drop-in hours where students can come in and color, and they can use fidgets. They can even, we have a gratitude board. As you know, research shows that sometimes when you repeat 3 things that you're grateful for, it just transitions the chemicals in your brain to be able to boost your mood. So we're focusing on that. For our schools that we might not have the space for wellness centers, we definitely implement classroom calming corners. We have Sarah Vista here, Aro Hardin, and Lad Lane. That keeps the student in class. We also understand that sometimes, you know, students tend to take the scenic route when coming to the office for support. So if we can have them reset in the classroom and get back into their work after that 5-minute timer comes up, it's beneficial to them. Okay, we have Social Emotional Learning Day, which we celebrate in March. That was actually on March 3rd. Again, lunchtime activities, we have spirit weeks. We always try to get the students involved. The picture on the left, we have a maze where they did relaxation activities in the Wellness Center. We have students participate in coloring. You can see the pictures is just breathe as they're doing their rainbow breathing. Picture in the middle is Calaveras, and our students here are writing encouraging messages to each other and handing them out or posting them on the wall, slipping them in cubbies. And then our last picture, we have Aro Hardin. All of our students were able to name a coping skill that seems to work for them. And we could see we ran out of room there as well. And Mental Health Awareness Week was actually a couple of weeks ago, May 12th through 16th. We also had a Spirit Week, but lots of lunchtime activities. You can see Aro Hardin on the left. We have positive affirmations. Kids were just writing positive affirmations to each other. Calaveras, we had giveaways. Everybody was wearing their green ribbon for mental health awareness. Sunny Slope activities, we were taking care of ourselves through physical activity. And then Rancho San Justo, you could see the gratitude garden. Students came out during lunch, took a flower, and were able to write one thing that they're grateful for, and we were able to develop this beautiful garden for everyone to see. And lastly, we have the data, which is my favorite part of the report. I wanted to compare all 3 years and see the difference in the growth. So you can see the first column on the left is informal check-in data. So as a reminder, informal check-ins are opportunities for students to drop in for social emotional support at any time, or we can see a student up to 3 times informally. And that would be a tier 1 intervention. The middle bracket, or the middle graph is formal students. So maybe it's a tier 2 intervention where the student needs a little bit more support, more than 3 informal check-ins. Maybe we need to get consent to provide that formal short-term school-based counseling service. And then the last one is the sessions actually broken down into numbers. The blue graph is from year 22-23. The green represents year 23-24, and then the orange is this year of 24-25. So I'm just gonna highlight those numbers. So for our informal check-ins this year, we have 5,084 informal check-ins. And this is just data from the first day of school to May 2nd. I'm sure those numbers are still growing. And for formal students, we serve so far 208 students formally school-based counseling services this year. And formal sessions, we are up to 1,676. So I would just like to give a shout out to the SE team for all their hard work and dedication that we can see through the numbers. We are staying busy. And that's all I have for you, unless you have any questions.
Your formal sessions, how many are we talking about?
We go from 8 to 10 formal sessions, and they're on a weekly basis, no more than 30 minutes.
Any more questions? No?
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's super. Good job. Okay, we're going to move on to agenda item 11B, Board Certificated Behavior Analyst Report.
Hi, good evening. My name is Evelyn Soto Leon, and I am the Gen Board Certified Behavior Analyst. Are the slides supposed to be? Oh. It's okay.
These guys are incredible. Wrong one.
So today I will be presenting my 2024-2025 school year report. This school year, there we go. So this school year, my focus was to provide support to our students, our teachers, and our school sites.
Evelyn, can you talk into the microphone because the people need to hear you?
Yes. So at the student level this year, I received a total of 80 student referrals across 6 different sites. I responded to referrals by providing direct observations, collaborating with the teachers and MTSS teams, providing recommendations, and follow-up trainings as needed. Out of the 80 students, 71 remain in the Tier 1 or Tier 2. This was achieved through collaboration with the MTSS teams at each site, increased focus on strengthening Tier 1 interventions, and development of Level 1 behavior intervention plans. 7 out of the 80 students transitioned to Tier 3 support. This means that some of these students qualified for additional services such as speech or a change of placement, depending on their individual needs. 2 additional students were transferred. 1 moved out of the district and transferred to a different district, and the second one remained within our district but did not require additional behavior support at the new school site. At the teacher level, I provided teacher support by developing resources in collaboration with our other 2 SPED BCBAs, Humberto and Jane. I created a behavior support website in which teachers are able to easily access Tier 1 interventions. In there, they're able to find a list of interventions by function, de-escalation strategies, Tier 1 interventions, and printable resources. I included a link of the website on this slide. Here's a snapshot of the homepage of our website where you can meet the team and see how you can access the resources from each one of us. I also delivered 9 different professional development trainings in the areas of ABCs of behavior, interventions by function, understanding autism, and a presentation on the behavior website overview. One-on-one collaboration was also offered to teachers to identify problem behavior, identify Tier 1 or Tier 2 interventions to try, offer training, and follow-up checkings as needed. Here are a couple screenshots of the information that is accessible to teachers in the website. After presenting on the website, I gave the teachers a survey in which they reported being happy with having this information easily accessible to them. They were also happy on how well organized the website was. When I asked them if there was something that they would like to change or they would like to add, most of them said no or none at this time. When I asked them if they felt better prepared after having these resources available, 80% reported yes, 20% reported better prepared, and then 0% of them said no. I also asked them for their feedback on what kind of additional resources and support they would like to receive in the following school year. They asked for additional trainings in the areas of implementation of the interventions listed in the website, as well as offering these trainings to certificated and classified staff. At the site support, I had the opportunity of being part of 5 different MTSS teams across 5 different sites. I attended their meetings either weekly, bi-weekly, or monthly, and collaborated with the team in supporting their students in need of behavior support. I also collaborated with administrators and developed resources such as Level 1 behavior plans, behavior contracts, progress monitoring trackers for interventions, and check-in, check-out templates. My goal the following school year is to continue to provide support to our teachers, our students, and our sites, open office hours, and offer trainings to both classified and certificated. Do you have any questions?
Your work is, this type of work is just invaluable for classroom learning and learning respect for each other, meaning student to student, student to teacher, student to adults on the campus, and it must be modeled by everyone on campus. And I think role play is a real big part of that. And maybe as a suggestion, I'm coming from a middle school background, that maybe some plays are done where, because the kids love to do that type of stuff, and you do some vignettes, maybe in small assembly settings to demonstrate disrespect to respect. Bullying, Mr. Ward gave a good example of bullying where a child will bully someone and then they're talked to, you can't do that. And then, like, because they're children, 2 weeks later, they bully again because they're children and it hasn't set. And then the parent thinks that we're not doing anything. And so we need those kinds of things so that parents understand the school is trying to address the issue. We are working with that child, but the child is a child. And they may not know that yet. And it hasn't sunk that behavior yet because we're dealing with children. So in those kind of avenues, if we could do more, I don't know, you understand where I'm coming from, some kind of vignettes where even where the parents need to be taught that we're working with your child, but they're a child. they're not going to learn the first time around. Oh, you can't say that to your buddy. That's mean. And 2 weeks later, the same thing comes out. Well, they haven't learned it yet. And they're a child. And we have to remember that we're dealing with children. We're not dealing with robots. And they're going to make a mistake. And then out in the community, well, Hollister School District doesn't do anything about bullying. Well, we're trying, but we're dealing with children, not robots. And we have to accept that we're doing our best because we're working with children. And I think that message does not get across enough to our parents, to our community. I don't know one administrator who has not tried their best, or one teacher who has not tried their best, because nobody wants to get hurt. But in this, when we're doing this, we really need to focus. And I think more focus needs to be, even my doctor has said, well, you know, Hollister has a bullying problem. And I'm like, I think we need to remember we're dealing with children. And that has to get out to our community, because we are trying.
Okay.
Thank you for that feedback.
Cheryl, did you have your hand up?
Yes, I did.
Trustee Rios, did you have your hand up?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me? Yes. You know, to piggyback on what Trustee Grist was saying.
Not on, Cheryl. Just give us a second.
I think it's on our end.
Can you hear me now?
Thank you for your patience.
No problem.
I'm not muted. Can you hear me now? Oh well.
He's having trouble. Oh, this is new stuff.
It's a new setup.
Hello? Oh, that's okay.
Do you want to pass, Trustee Rios?
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead.
She's going to pass. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate what you do.
Moving on to item number 11C, reports on Hollister School District Community School Site presentations.
I'll wait for him to get the presentation up.
We have a new system. We're working out glitches. There you go.
This can't hear.
Is that the first page?
No, I'm gonna go back. Okay. All right, hello again. We are excited to share the progress of our community schools in the Hollister School District tonight. So I'm going to open up, and then each of our administrators will come up and kind of present their slides, and then I'll close. So tonight's presentation highlights our growth across 5 schools, celebrates bright spots, and outlines next steps for 2025-26 school year. So a community school is not just a place of learning, it's a hub for students, families, and community services. Our model focuses on collaboration, equity, wellness, academic enrichment, and family engagement. In Hollister School District, each site adapts the model based on their local needs, with advisory teams guiding that work. The advisory teams apply these 4 pillars in their work: collaborative leadership and practices, expanded learning time and opportunities, active family and community engagement, and integrated student supports. Together, these pillars create a whole child, whole community approach, ensuring every student has what they need to succeed. Let's dive into each of the school's journeys. First up, we have Calaveras.
Hello, hello, hello. So I'm representing Calaveras Elementary School. I'm the assistant principal, Jesus Godoy. Mr. Kenwood's the principal. He's out sick today. On my committee team, well, obviously we have Mr. Woods, the principal, myself. We have the committee liaison, which is Elena Lopez, and then we have the teacher lead, which is Jaime Garcia, and parent, it's Stephanie Camacho. She is a parent of a first grader, and then in the next year and a half, well, 2 years, she's going to be having a TK coming to Calaveras. It's up right now. Yeah, go. So this year we started with a bunch of new members in our committee, myself included. So at the beginning of the school year, we decided, okay, what do we want to take this? Where do we want to take the community schools to? So we started with a strong community participation, interviewing lots of parents in the mornings, a lot of parents after school, and that meant like literally us going to the parents and telling them, hey, what changes would you like to see? Hey, what do you like currently on our school community? So through those strong community participation surveys and interviews, we were able to get our needs assessment. From there, we reestablished the new advisory team members as we included new members, myself, the teacher lead, and then the committee liaison. So they came on board this school year. And then from there, so for there, on the horizon, that's what we're calling it. So now that we have that established, now that we have a strong team, now that we have like a strong participation from the community, like the community's voice, we're happy to announce that we have so much plans coming next year, which going a level, which is a physical education structure program. But this program is not only for us to provide extended learning for the students, but also to give us that team collaboration between the students. So whatever they're learning in the teams, they're going to be able to bring that back to the classroom. So they're going to be able to understand what a positive role models is, or how to play in a team, and then they're going to be able to participate through positive means, through the level. Classroom Academy, it's bringing Avid strategies into the actual classroom. So I'm happy for that, and that's going to be covering TK all the way to 8th grade. So this is Avid strategies that teachers are going to be learning themselves through a weekly strategy, and then they reflect on that week's work, and then they move up to the next week. So they keep learning, they keep establishing, and they keep growing their Avid strategies. I'm excited to say that this is something that we're excited for. It's a Technology User Events Committee Club. I know it's a long name, so we don't have an actual name there yet, but it's extended learning through technology. So this is going to be basically students running the actual show at school. So they're going to be the ones responsible for the yearbook. They're going to be the ones responsible for setting up the actual assemblies, the award ceremonies. They're going to have the cameras. They're going to be the newsroom. So they're going to be recording themselves once a month, giving like the forecast of what's to come. So this is giving them the extended learning opportunities, but also like that technology skills that they need for this 21st century. We're going to be bringing PBS to Calaveras, so we're going to start rolling that out. We're going to start with Tier 1, and so that's to come. Field trips, obviously, and then our wellness centers under construction. And by the mean of all the wellness centers under construction, we're still working on the logistical parts, like how often and how it's going to be run and stuff like that. So that's what we're going to be using for that. And then the food pantry and clothes closet. And there's more to come. Questions?
Sounds like you're on a good start.
Strong start, yeah. Thank you.
Good job. Thank you.
Next up, we have Maze.
Okay, everybody. This is my advisory committee for community schools. We are so grateful to have such a big group. It is myself, my assistant principal, the amazing Miss Shanika Richard. I cannot say enough about our community liaison. Anna Jimenez does so many powerful things with our students, and we have big plans, as you'll see in the coming slides, of what we're going to add to the fantastic work she already does for us. Our lead teacher is Barbara Penny, and then I have Myra Garcia, Lisette Lopez, Melissa Phillips. I tried really hard to kind of get equal representation across all my teachers, so we're going to be working on adding to that and having some rotating members in. Fortunately, I was able to have 2 actual students that came in and gave us their student voice. They helped us poll other students about other types of things. Ms. Anaí Grijalva will be moving on to the high school this year, so we'll replace her, and then Sydney is staying with us for just another year. My parent is Norma Zendejas, and Sheila is our librarian. She partners with us as well. And then our ERMS provider, Lindsay Schoolcraft, has been a major force in helping us to include everybody. She works with our SDC and SOAR students. Okay, and then, oh, wrong way. Sorry about that. Okay, everybody. And then these are our bright spots. So our library is currently being recalibrated to reflect updated materials. We're working with our library provider company, Follett, and they're actually coming in and they are revamping our library. They have come in and pulled out books that are old. We're replacing new resource materials, and then community schools is helping to support in the replenishment of those items. And then we'll be additionally creating some space for a research lab is what we're gonna end up doing in there. Our wellness center, it is one of our biggest, brightest spots along with our food pantry. We service so many students. We're open all of our lunches and our breaks. We have a tally of all of our kids that come through there and the kinds of activities they do. Some of them segue into one-to-one supports with our counseling team that is in there. Our food pantry has been such a hit this year. There's never a Thursday when it's not jam-packed and parents aren't waiting extra long in our pickup line because their kids are busy getting food. It's really, really a great opportunity to watch them just get excited about the things that they do, and Miss Anna is a wonderful asset in there. She talks to the kids about choices and what they can have, and she's really, really good about when she goes to the pantry, she's selecting items that are their coveted items along with the nutritious things that they need to have. Our Hawk's Nest continues to grow. It'll be relocated next year. We're going to move it closer to the food pantry. We have it currently separated, but we realized with the traffic flow that we were seeing in the food pantry, which included parents coming in as well, that moving the Hawk's Nest closer to there by a gate that's easier to access is going to be actually more helpful for us. And we actually have some donations coming through for some new items also for students. Our garden project is underway. Yay, the district came and helped me. Facilities came on over and cleared that area out for me. And we have some plans we're going to be working on this summer to get it ready for our upcoming things. We had some learning opportunities for our students. We added a new novel set to our 8th grade, and we'll be adding 6th and 7th grade novels as well. We were able to take AVID and science field trips this year, which were really impactful. The entire 7th grade got to go to the California Academy of Science this year. Awesome. And that was super huge, and they were super excited, and the parents were really excited. So I was really happy that we were able to support. We had learning opportunities for staff. We're going to be taking a team to the Community Schools Conference, and we are also supporting AVID. And then I'll move forward to our looking ahead. So as I said, our community garden is continuing to grow. We're going to be growing plants and food in our garden. We're going to have some learning opportunities for native food that is actually grown natively in our area, and talk about also the historical native foods that are in our area, and hopefully give some education on that. We're going to be adding a culinary piece to our food pantry, and we're going to have Miss Anna, the amazing Miss Anna, do some cooking like how-tos with the stuff we have in there. So kids will be able to come in there and then come in on their day and pick up those items, and maybe we only need to add, a couple eggs here and there, and we're going to be working on that stuff and getting that done. In addition, we are going to be, like I said, doing nutrition lessons, and then we're hoping this year that through partnering with our parents and our students who service it the most, that we'll be able to come up with a maize community cookbook.
All right.
Yep. So we continue on our library project, and our literacy goals are aligning very well with that. As you saw, we had very many students reclassify this year. So the ELD department is actually moving closer to the library, And when we get the learning lab in there, the ELD students and the 6th graders will spend most of their time in there learning how to use a library, doing research, doing collaborative learning, and just doing a lot of good things in there. I want them to fully be saturated in literacy. Reading goes by the wayside when you get to middle school, so we're hoping to do some readathons and some really exciting things around that. We're going to be hosting book clubs that will also be open to parents. We're going to do some polling of parents and see what they want to read and invite them in on some nights to come in and read, maybe check out some of our books. And then our engagement is going to be, we're going to bring the return of lunch clubs. We're going to start off with about 5 that are going to be hosted moving into the school year, and then the kids will add to them. We're going to have a boys club, a girls club, a gaming club, an SEL club, and probably like a crafting club to begin with, and then the students will add to that. We're going to be hosting more parent universities. We're going to be kicking off a multicultural event that is going to be tied to our Dia de los Muertos celebration that we do in the ELD class. We continue to academically support our students with field trips and after-school opportunities of learning. We did not have a PTO this year, so we're working really hard to get our feet on the ground and get a good PTO. I have some good parents coming on in that have showed interest. And then we'll be onboarding some new community schools members, and we will continue with our PBIS and Avid School Way. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. Wow.
Great.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we have our principal, Mrs. Armstrong from Rancho San Justo.
Thank you, everybody. I'm not unlike Prima, I can't read that, so I have to read from here. Rancho had a really good year of growth. I want to always thank our parent committee. We had quite a few parents, 2 of whom are big bands parents that we're going to unfortunately lose to the high school. And then we had our liaison, who was amazing. Myself, some office team people, and then we 2 brought in a student. And we only brought in 1, and the lesson learned on that is you need quite a few more. But he was delightful and darling to have on the committee. For lessons learned, do I click it? Oh, wrong way though. For lessons learned, and I'll be kind of brief, we inadvertently got a culinary arts program started. We really wanted it, but it was sort of a mixture of funds that we had to use, and it was a huge hit. Our kids loved it. We had 3 sections of culinary. We funded it through the grant with our professional that was in there, and it was terrific. And the kids learned a lot, and we loved it. We wanted to do some evening programs, but as you can kind of see to the left in our evening wellness box, we are still having trouble getting families on in the evenings. So we had done evening wellness all fall because we have a beautiful, very robust, well-developed wellness center. Just very hard to get families there. So the daytime is still working, and it was nice to cross some funding with our SEL team because they also had some monies, so we could mingle our monies to really build out the wellness center. We still would like to, and I'll talk about it for next year, bring more evening programming in, find ways. We know if we feed families, they will come, so that's always part of it. So lessons learned. Culinary arts was great. Teacher release days really moved the needle. We tended to release by content area, and in some instances sent them to the high school so they could kind of get a look at where their 8th graders go next. So it was very, very powerful. Next year we'll do even more of that, and they just need time together. They need concentrated time, so the grant enabled us to do that. We had a great year with field trips as well. We did send the 8th graders to CSUMB, which they loved. One young man, who was an 8th grader with us, said, "Mrs. Armstrong, I've never been on a field trip." He just was pre-COVID, and then COVID kind of wiped that stuff out. He just wanted to be on the bus. He didn't care where he went. He was like, "I'm just going on a field trip." So he loved it, which was great. So 8th graders did CSUMB. 7th graders, we had so darn many of them, we could not get enough chaperones, so they did a walking field trip to the movies. It was what we could do. And then the 6th graders did Hollister Hills in increments. Our very most special Broncos got a really great time doing a lot of community events. They went 5 times out into the community. Happy Hollow, Pumpkin Junction, and a couple of of course, the gifted games at the high school, but they had a great time. Then we also spent a lot of money on conferences and professional development. Going to the PBIS and going to the AVID conferences really does help support our staff, which in turn supports our students. We reignited something called Saturday Scholars from years before, and it went really well. Still collecting the data on the grades the children had when they started and grades when they ended. But it had a positive impact on the ADA, and we had about 70 kids, more or less, that would come. So we enjoyed seeing them. They had fun on a Saturday. They didn't think they would, but they actually really did.
What did
That
you do
was
with
good.
them? What did
They
they do?
rotated. They were there for 4 hours, and so they did an hour with one of our science teachers or our culinary teacher, then 2 hours with our ELD teachers, even if they didn't need the ELD support, and then the last hour was just on homework help. So they rotated, and they got fed. So, and they took food with them, which they loved. So Maria was a big help with that. Our plans for 2025. So through the CDE, we got approved some staff allocation for a 0-period PE. Part of what Rancho, and I know our whole community is working on, is helping these ELD kids have more access. So our hope and our prayer is that we'll get some students to come for 0-period PE, so then they can have an elective.
Right.
And they can take culinary or band. Our next great musician might be someone that still just speaks Tricky, and we haven't got him in the band room yet. So we need to open up that opportunity. So through the grant, we're gonna try 0-period PE, get kids to come early, and then their PE time will be an elective. And we'll collect data, and that may be one of those things this time next year that we go, well, it didn't work, or hopefully it did, and we'll expose some kids. It will also help our band students who often want to be in leadership or in another program, and they're kind of locked into band, and we never want them to leave band. So we want to give them that opportunity to be more than one elective student on our campus. So we're going to focus on that next year. Expand and be more intentional in our teacher release days. Have spare specific agendas for them, and again, integrate with the high school whenever possible. We're going to start Saturday Scholars a little bit earlier this year. We did till January, but it was so successful, we know we want to begin it sooner, as soon as we get enough data after the first grading period. We have a lot of teachers on our campus and this summer that will be trained in AVID. So we're entering into a contract with My Classroom Academy. It's just to bring the AVID strategies into the classroom. As you guys know as former educators, you go to the conference, then you get in your classroom, and sometimes that disconnect is hard to integrate. So we're having a third person come in to help us with that integration. And then continue the band competitions. We love going to band. I know I told this story that our first competition, we beat my own sister's middle school. So that's still doing it again next year. So our band went to a number of competitions and were very successful, and our color guard. And I was able through grant money to stipend our color guard person a little bit because she spends a lot of time with those kids. And then finally, it's not on here, but I think it says explore our evening and family wellness again. Find a way, because often our students are struggling and their parents are too. And we need to help them as best we can. So that is it for Rancho. Thank you very much.
All right, next we have R.O. Hardin, and we have our lead teacher presenting tonight, Darcy Cristobal.
Hello. Lilia's daughter is graduating from high school, and so they have all of the senior things going on, so I stepped up to do it. So this is our advisory committee. We are lucky enough to have 4 parents, 4 teachers, our admin, our counselor, and Grethel, our awesome liaison, as our team. We spent this year with this team gathering data to try and see what the needs are of our families, of our students, and our educators. And we were able to secure about 70% of our stakeholders, gathering data from them to kind of develop our goals for our next coming years with our grant. So these are the things that went well. We kind of determined with that data, we started working through it, and we determined that our students, we wanted our students to feel like they were belong to our campus, and to really build a community of kindness and growth with our students. We also wanted to make sure that our families were involved as much as possible. That's always been a dream of Lilia's, to get our families as involved as possible. And we wanted to make sure that we have more access to resources like dental for our students, because we have determined that that is one of the reasons why our attendance has been poor in the past, especially our students that have chronic attendance issues. A lot of it has to do with dental issues. And we also, of course, want to develop our teacher skills so that our students can remain growing. So to do that, we were able to hire a part-time certificated teacher, as well as 2 part-time classified staff that worked with not only our newcomers to help them form their sense of belonging on our site, kind of get their feet underneath them, but they also worked with reading and math and ELD in our upper grades, which was really, really beneficial to our teachers to have that extra little bump in help. We did have time for all of our teachers to collaborate one time each trimester, which was quite a blessing. We could develop goals, talk about strategies, take data, and then build each trimester. We look forward to continuing to build on that and maybe have it be a little bit more focused with as we move along with the data that we collected. We had a family math night with over 150 families attending. Mr. Armstrong's right, if you feed them, they will come. And but we also wanted to make math more accessible and to really show our families how math is involved in everything we do. And so we developed a lot of games that our families could play in each grade level, and then we sent them home with a bag of manipulatives so they could play those games at home as well, which the kids loved. We have developed a kindness club. We have 5 staff members that are part of the kindness club and a parent as well, who are hoping to shift the club ownership on with her and other parents in the coming years. We had about 50 kids participate, and it was really successful. They just really enjoyed having a space to come and just be with like-minded students who really just wanted to do good for the world. So they brightened a lot of different people's days. They met about 5 or 6 times. We did a Latino family literacy project that our counselor and our liaison, Grethel and Yesenia, ran. And we had a handful of parents. It was on a Friday morning, so it was a little difficult for everybody to participate. But we had about 8 parents come, and the ladies were able to provide them with a book each time, and they talked about how to teach literacy skills or work on literacy skills with their students. This was all done bilingually, and the books were all bilingual, and then they connected to an SEL, social emotional learning standard as well. So they were able to work those discussions in with their families. And it was really successful. We hope to be able to offer one in the evenings in the fall for other families. Last year we had 3 teachers and 2 admin attend the AVID training in San Diego. And that little core team kind of started as what can we do with AVID, what can we start with on our campus? And so they kind of collected data and came up with some things that worked and some things that didn't work. But that was a bonus to kind of get that started. And then we had Big Smiles come, and they worked on campus with 25 kids. They were able to do dental work on 25 kids just this last week. So that was a plus as well. So we had a lot of great things happening at R.L. Hardin. So our plans continue. We've realized through our data that bullying, as we talked about, is an issue with a lot of our students and a lot of our parents. Also connecting that with just self-confidence and the idea of belonging to the campus. And so that is going to show up in a lot of our areas, as well as developing a culture of college and career readiness. So those were 2 of our big areas that we really wanted to focus on in this coming year. So we're bringing Alivo onto campus. Alivo is really awesome. They will come and teach our students how to do structured play at recess. We're realizing that a lot of our bullying is happening during those unstructured times, and then they spill over into our classrooms, taking up a lot of valuable classroom teaching time with dealing with the bullying issues. So Alivo comes in and makes sure that the playground time is structured. They also have during school sports teams. So each grade level will create teams through Alivo, and they'll compete with each other, they'll learn skills, and then while the grade levels are doing that, the kids are doing those sports teams with Alivo, the teachers will be released to collaborate. So that will be a weekly collaboration time, which is just heaven for us. We're just so excited to have that time. We're also contracting with Harmony at Home, which is a program that will come in and work on anti-bullying techniques with our students and our parents, because we know that building self-confidence and building social skills comes in elementary school. It's where it's grown, and we want to really work on that idea of kindness and bringing that into our school even stronger. And we've worked a lot on it, but we also wanted some support as well. So Harmony at Home will come in and do that. We are sending 10 teachers to the AVID conference this summer, which we're really excited about. It will allow us to not only continue building that culture of college and career readiness at our site, we're going to develop that a little bit more with the people that are participating, but it'll also allow us to start really developing collaboration tools and learning tools for our teachers and our kids, so that our test scores can start to increase as well, which is always something we're looking for. And then as well as we'll continue to develop programs that our parents can participate in as well. So those are kind of our goals for R.L. Hardin in the next coming year. Do you have any questions?
I think that your plans for the bullying and stuff, I used to teach 7th grade history, and we would teach, we had to teach religions around the world. Every single major religion in the world, the golden rule is numero uno. They call it different things, but it's treat people the way you want to be treated. And that's what we, you can put it under any different religion you want to call it, but that's the core. Mm-hmm. Treat people the way you want to be treated. And that takes, our children are learning. We just have to keep, pushing it.
And unfortunately, our kids are hearing the golden rule as treat students the way you are treated.
Oh, goodness.
And so it's being twisted as like, well, you did it to me, so I can do it to you.
Oh, goodness.
So, right. And that's really a way that we want, bringing Harmony at Home will really help us take something that has been in schools forever and ever, but has now been twisted into something core, to really revamp that and revamp that culture of treating people with kindness and respect, as opposed to with revenge and anger. Yeah.
What grades are you planning to take AVID to?
AVID's going all the way across the grade levels. So I teach 1st grade, so I'll be at the conference. Mm-hmm. So we're going to start it. We're starting with note taking, mm-hmm. and we're going to start it.
Put your name on your paper.
That's right. Lord help me. We're starting that in kindergarten, and we'll bring it all the way up to 5th grade.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's good job. Yeah. Okay, any more questions?
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You guys are awesome.
All right, and we have our Sunny Slope principal, Mr. Joe Rivas. I wondered why you were still here.
Yeah, trust me, I was thinking the same thing. Everybody had amazing presentations, but holy cow, they were long. All right, I'm going to try to go as quick as I can while also getting the information out. So here are the advisory committee members. I'm going to do my best, like this is an eye test at Costco, because I left my glasses in the car as well. We have our parent representatives there. We have Dee Sligas, Kimberly Giles, Delray Harold, and then the school representatives with their mix of teachers, classified and myself, Ingrid Paz, Melissa Morrison, Marlene Tinajero, Christy Gorham, Eduardo Lizama, and Joe Rivas. I did not go as nice and pretty as everybody else. I was thinking, God, I wish I would have gone first and not last, but it is what it is. So this is what we did this year. Sunny Slope got off to a slow start, even though we are in the 2nd year. The 1st year was me even processing that this was real. To be perfectly honest, I've never seen so much money as a school principal be delivered through the community school grant. I wasn't even sure it was real. And then by the 2nd year, I was convinced, okay, this is real. let's get moving. So we provided targeted after-school enrichment for 4th and 5th grade students. We opened a food pantry and clothing closet in partnership with the community food bank that serves an average of 30 families each Friday. Last Friday was the last official one. This one is just clearing it out. Whatever non-perishable food we have left, we'll be dispersing out to the families. 60% of the teachers participate in the professional development book study on the anxious generation. For anybody that's interested in it, I have copies I can loan because it's interesting as we talk about bullying and kids' relationships and retaliating and those types of things. That book talks about how smartphones and phones have pretty much rewired the brains of our students and our kids. Pretty much every kid in our district at this point has only known life with a smartphone. Think about that. No, so think about that. 2010, right, was when the first iPhone came out. And now, what do we go, 13, 14-year-olds, right, in 8th grade? So it's an interesting read. It's on Amazon. I'm not pitching it. I don't get any money for it. But if you want to look it up right now, it's a very interesting read. My goal is next year to get the last 40% of the teachers to also participate and read the book in the book study. We initiated the PBIS program this year with 58% participation in its first year. It's voluntary for the teachers because I don't want to just throw more and more stuff at them. So it was voluntary, but we had a 58% participation rate. 5 staff members will attend the Community School and Power Conference in Fresno from June 11th to the 13th, and transportation was provided for multiple field trips. Looking to the future, what is it that we want to do moving on into year 3? Continue to support and expand the community school model, continue to provide professional development opportunities for community school staff, and explore opportunities to replicate successful initiatives because I had a sneak preview of this presentation before, and so I took ideas from so many of the other schools, such as the half-day math intervention teacher, the after-school homework club, a ukulele enrichment club for after school that the Arts Council provides. But one of the, I don't want to say complaints because it's not a bad complaint, was that the 3rd graders only get 12 weeks. So we had somebody say, hey, why don't we take that and build upon what we're getting from the San Benito County Arts Council, and then initiate the Paloma at-home tutoring program. That's too much to explain, but essentially it's an at-home tutoring program through smartphones, but it's in conjunction with the parents and the students, and it creates a comprehension reading program that the families do together. So Kim Garcia, who I know everybody here knows, endorsed it. So if Kim Garcia endorses it, I'm like, hey, sure, let's do it. So, and in a worst case scenario, if it does not work out, we will try something else, but we will, look at the results at the end of the year. So, let's see. Oh, and then we have lots of pictures from the different schools. This isn't just Sunny Slope. This was some Rancho, some Mays, some Aro Hardin, some Calaveras. Everybody just threw some pictures in there. So that is Sunny Slope. And again, I'm probably about a year behind because it just took me some time to get rolling. But that's okay. We're moving, and we're going to keep it moving next year. So, any questions? Thank you. All right. Nick?
Wow, lots of work going on at our 5 schools. Can we give them all a round of applause? Great things and more to come. Excited to see what the next 3 years to come, what we'll bring to you next year.
Yeah.
So in this slide that Mr. Rivas kind of spoke about, it captures what words sometimes can't. It's the energy, the joy, and the commitment that lives in our schools every day. So there's some pictures there from all the different sites. This quote speaks directly to the heart of why we do the work. So I'll read the quote. It says, community is much more than belonging to something. It's about doing something together that makes belonging matter. And that's by Brian Solis. And I'd like to close tonight by echoing the words on this slide because the work doesn't happen in isolation. So thank you to you, the school board, our community partners, and the dedicated staff, students, and families of our community schools. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we need to take a quick pause just so we can work on
We're going to move on to the next item on our agenda, which is 11D. Jen Miller?
Good evening. I'm Jennifer Miller, the coordinator of Ed Services and Multilingual Learners, and I'm honored to present tonight's English Learner Report, or Multilingual Learner Report, with highlights and progress and progress of our students and the impact and the strategic direction of our program. And there we go, there are my slides. Okay, so first of all, at the core of everything that I do is our vision, and that is that our learners are valued, supported, and engaged and challenged in all their curriculum, that they have access to all the curriculum, and they're also receiving all of the English support that they need to thrive in their classrooms. Tonight I'm going to be talking about some data. I'll be talking about reclassifications. I'll be giving you an update on our initiatives as well as our future plans. So let's go ahead and dive straight into the data. First of all, this data looks a little bit similar than it did last year. There's really not much of a change in how many students we have that are English learners or multilingual learners, but it's still about 40% of our students. We did see a little bit of a change with a 2.6% decrease from the previous year and a 1.5% increase in our English-only students enrollment. Oh, and by the way, this is this year, this is the 2023-24. So when you're looking at, when you go into the dashboard, when you go into DataQuest, it's going to show you last year's data. In terms of the enrollment at sites, you'll see that our multilingual learners are, the highest percentage of multilingual learners are at Calaveras, R.O. Hardin, and the Hollister Dual Language Academy. The lowest amount or the least amount are at AAA, at Sarah Vista, and at Lad Lane. And one of the interesting facts about our students, and that you might notice here, is that when we're looking at or talking about multilingual learners, now that they divide the group of multilingual learners into 3 basic groups. So we're talking about 0 to 3 years as a multilingual learner, 4 to 5 years as a multilingual learner, which means you're at risk of becoming a long-term English learner, and then we have students that are 6+ years in the program, and that means they're a long-term English learner. So when you look at this information, usually you see that a 0 to 3 years are all going to be in kinder, 1st, and 2nd grade, but when you look at that chart, look what you see. There are more students now that are coming into 4th grade, 5th grade, 6th grade, and 7th grade that are in those 0 to 3 years. So that is a representation of the newcomers that are coming into our district. Another thing that I wanted to point out that's interesting about this chart is that our RFEPs have increased by 71 students, and our LTELs have decreased by 48 students. I had the same report I showed you last year, and I wanted to do a side-by-side comparison, and I saw some significant changes, which was pretty exciting. Also, when you're looking at the student reports, we have a way of looking at students that's called EVER-EL. So if a student has ever been classified as an English learner, which means that they could be an English learner or multilingual learner now, or they're reclassified, they're considered an EVER-EL. And although we're looking at the schools and saying we have the most ELs at R.O. Hardin and at Calaveras, if we're talking about EVER-ELs, our highest enrollment is actually at the Dual Language Academy. They have the highest amount of English learners and reclassified students together, and they are the only district program that is a dual language program where they're servicing students 50% English, 50% Spanish every day. I think I'm on my next slide here. Brandon? Okay. Let's see if I can slide back here, because the next slide, I think the next slide that you're going to see on your screen is going to be the slide on the newcomers. So I'll just go ahead and talk to you a little bit about the newcomers. And when you're looking at the newcomer chart, the chart at the very top is going to show you distribution of grade levels for newcomers. And one of the things that's really interesting about that is that our newcomers are distributed throughout the grades. We're not just seeing them in kinder and 1st grade anymore. They're in all the grade levels all the way across. We have newcomers in 5th grade, 6th grade, 7th grade, and 8th grade. And then if you're looking at the chart, the second chart down below, that's the schools, you'll see that most of the newcomers are landing in Calaveras, and there is a high enrollment of newcomers also at R.O. Hardin School. Going on to the next slide, which I'm going to assume is, okay, some fun charts for you to see. The first chart that you see, which is a line chart, is going to show you that we actually have a steady increase of students that are English learners, which is interesting because we're seeing this decline in English learners, and yet we have an increase of students that are enrolling in our schools. So we have an increase of, there we go, we have an increase in kinder through second grade or 0 to 3 years as an English learner in our school. However, because we are doing so much work with reclassification, we're seeing a dramatic decrease in the amount of students who are at risk of becoming an LTEL. So if you look at this chart, this is 2021 to 2024, and I just look at this, I can look at this over and over again because it's so much fun for me, but we have a 44% reduction since 2022 of the students that are at risk of becoming LTELs. And we also have a 61.6% decrease of students that are long-term English learners over the past 3 years. It's phenomenal. I love that one too, so I just go back and forth between those two, but they told me I have to hurry through the slides, so I'll go on to the next one.
Thank you, Jen.
And that's talking about some data. So this information is coming from the dashboard, and I wish I could report something different about this, but we did go down on the dashboard this year. So last year we were at 51%, and the cutoff is right there. So we had just made it to the green band last year at 51%, and this year we went down by 3%, and that put us at, well, 4% technically, and we are now at the orange band for progress for our multilingual learners. And the way that's determined is by something called the ELPI. So the ELPI is how the students perform on their yearly LPAC test. So that you take the LPAC, you can get a 1, 2, 3, or 4. And they take each one of those scores and they compare it with a score the year before, and they determine whether or not the student made progress. And every year you have to make one level of progress. And so on that chart, you can see that in purple, we have about 40% every year progressing at least one level. We have a couple of kids that always get a level 4 on the LPAC, but they don't make the second criteria for reclassification. So there's always a group there, and it's sitting right around 4%. So we've got that a little bit smaller now. But we also had 34% that decreased level. And we also have some students, about 18.6, that didn't increase. They sat at a lower level, so that doesn't count as an increase. So that's what our ELPI looks like right now. The LPAC is a regular summative LPAC, but there's a second LPAC that students take, and that's the alternate LPAC. That's for students with cognitively severe disabilities. And there are only a few of them in our district, but I am happy to say that 100% of them made progress last year, and that's why you see 2 purple bands on both sides for their progress. So I'm really happy that we have a way of assessing their progress instead of just having them take the LPAC.
Do you know what they missed, or is there a way that we can help them?
They don't tell me what they missed, but what you can do is you can go on to the website. So you can go on to the CASP website, and they have a spot called SIRS, where you can go in and you can look at the test data, and it sort of parses it out by section, and then you can look at that section and see where the students are scoring the lowest. So it could be like oral or listening, whatever the area is, so it'll give you that information. Where we can help them. Yeah. Exactly, yeah, you get a little bit of information, not much, but a little bit. So our English learners are kind of actually in line with the state, if we can look at their data. So the state also had a drop this year. The state also landed in orange this year. We made 45.7% of our students were making progress. The state had 47% making progress. We had a decline of 3%. They had a decline of 4.3%. So we're seeing a little bit of mirroring right now between us and the state, although to tell you the truth, I like to beat the state. I will be working on that. And so here's an area that I find very interesting as well, and an area of deep focus, not just for me, but for our entire department. I can tell you this is what we're working on with DA right now. This is what I'm working on with curriculum. This is where I'm working on everywhere that we are doing any serious work for student engagement and progress, and that's in the area of English language arts and mathematics, because you can see multilingual learners scored red in both of those areas last year.
Now, I know we have an increase of students that are newcomers at the grade level, and after the first year their test scores don't count, but the second and the third year they do. However, when you have a band of students that are high, ready to reclassify, and students that are just coming in and learning the language, you're going to be able to pull that needle up a little bit further. So that's why we're working so closely this year on that area. That's language arts and math. And I'll be talking a little bit about what we're going to do about that in the next presentation. But for now, I'm going to go back to that ELPI progress monitoring, and I want to talk to you a little bit about how our schools are doing. So when we look at how our students are doing, our multilingual learners are progressing, we want to make sure, of course, that they're making that one level of progress. And now we can take it with this 5x5, and we can look at what it looks like at each one of the school sites. So if you're looking at the columns going up and down, you see that this is going to divide it out by if they scored low, very low, medium, or high. And then across the top, it'll tell you whether or not it made any difference from last year. So either it increased from last year or it decreased from last year. And then it places you on this 5x5 grid. So we're looking at the grid and we see that Sierra Vista, I give you credit if you're out there listening. I know that they scored very high last year, so they scored so high that it was hard to keep up with the score that they had, and they reclassified all their highest performing students. So I know sometimes that will bring the scores down, and that'll cause you to score red. In the red, we also have Calaveras and Latlain, who landed in the red for the ELPI. Our schools that landed in the orange, in addition to Hollister School District, was Rancho Santana and Rancho San Justo. And pretty excited that Mays Middle School, and of course here they are up there giving their awards because they really did do amazing. They made a ton of progress with their kids, and they're in the green. HDLA made great progress, and I'm really happy to report that R.O. Hardin also is in the green this year for their progress with their multilingual learners. So that's phenomenal. Yeah. I'm so proud of them. I'm so proud of the work they're doing. And I think Joe left already. Of course Joe left already. You might or might not even watch this, but look at Sunny Slope. They made it in blue, which is so difficult to do. So Sunny Slope has been doing some major work with their students. They've been doing incredible work with their reading intervention program and supporting their students. So they landed in blue, which is just, it's just a beautiful thing. So let's talk a little bit, let's step out of data and go straight into reclassifications, and I'll give you the update on what that's looking like. So as you know, our students, they start in our system. We had 125 students start as multilingual learners this year, going through those bands of progress that I was talking about, as well as trying to work up their English abilities in that SBAC ELA. And then we reclassified 154 of them. So we're reclassifying more than we are bringing in right now. We did have one major, how many of you know about the change that we had this year for reclassifications? You're in the know, you're not in the know. Okay, so the state did a fun thing this year. They came in the middle of the year and they made a change to the reclassification criteria for alternate reclassifications. That's anyone that's reclassifying with that has an IEP, and we call it an alternate reclassification because in criteria 1, the team can determine whether or not the LPAC will count as the reclassification or how the LPAC will count as a reclassification. So the state came in this year and said that's no longer possible. A student must score a 4 on the LPAC to reclassify, or a 3 on the alternate LPAC to reclassify. So this is gonna be tricky for us. This change came mid-year, and I tell you, if you're a SPED teacher and you're in here, you know it's crushing because we were working so hard on getting those reclassifications done, and then boom, like that, we had to stop. And so we have been kind of working around that right now and finding out what we can do about it. Like, for example, one thing that we can do is we can ask that we can submit that one of the domains be exempt. So if a student is, let's say a student is in speech and we know that they have an issue with responding to questions on the test, we can exempt the speaking domain of the test, and they can take the reading and the writing and the listening portion of it, and then that doesn't count. That one test doesn't count, and then their whole entire score will include the areas where they can perform instead of focusing on the area where they can't perform, which is kind of holding them back. So with a SPED department, which our SPED department is amazing, by the way, and Gabe Gutierrez
is so collaborative. So they're very open to talking to me about how we're going to set this up for next year and how we're going to train the teachers on how we're going to look at those IEP meetings and address some of these concerns. So our goal every year is that we have 10% of our students reclassifying. At this point, we made the goal. We have 154 students that reclassified, and that's good. That's good. That's fine. And right now, our general ed students, we had 128 reclassified that are general ed. 26 of them were alternate reclassifications before we got shut down. And I say that's just okay because, to tell you the truth, last year we had 200 students reclassified. So I'm like, oh, that's okay, we got 10%, but I'm looking at it as being a little bit more than that. So if you look at our charts and you're looking at how those rates are looking over the last couple of years, you see in 2021, we were looking at 8% reclassification. And as we have gotten ourselves kind of back on our feet after the pandemic and everything, we're up to 10%, about 11% reclassifying every year. So right now we're just barely at 10%, but wait, LPAC scores have started to drop. So this is where it gets exciting, because we're going to pick up that extra 50 kids before the end of, not next week, but you give me 2 weeks. It's going to take a while to do this, but we've already started. So we have 115 8th graders that we're sending to the high school. I know you hear about that, right? 115, that's a couple classes worth, right? So they're just getting their scores back. 44 of them scored a 4 on the LPAC. Last year was only 32, so we have 44. 34 4s is our lucky number now. 30 of those will reclassify because they actually also have the matching CASP score. So boom, there we go. I've got 30 kids that have to be reclassified, and they have to be reclassified now. Joanne Kaplansky, if you're out there listening, she and I have a sheet that we share, and she has all of our students' names, and she can see immediately when I make any changes. As soon as a kid is reclassified, she knows. I mean, we're on immediate communication with that. So we're working to make sure that their schedules are set for next year. Of that, only 30 of them have made it so far. 10 of them didn't meet the CASP. So then I hand them over to the high school, and she gets them reclassified by January. And 4 of them didn't meet teacher recommendation. That's the same thing. So she just puts them in, gives them that extra support, and by January, usually the high school can take them. So I know I'm sending them into good hands. So that means 85 will continue in ELD at the high school, and I'm happy with that. 71 of them are LTELs, 2 of them are at risk of LTELs, and 12 this year are newcomers that are going to the high school, interestingly enough. So here's some of the initiatives we've been working on. So we're still continuing, and you saw this tonight with a constructing meeting. And that's our integrated ELD program for any teacher throughout all the subjects. And we had 13 participants this year in a 5-day constructing meeting training. We also have a systematic ELD program, and that's the after-school program. It's happening at 5 schools this year with 6 different teachers, 3 IAs, and those are the people that I gave awards to this evening. They are very dedicated. They had 66 students through all of their classes, and 4 of them reclassified actually during the program, and 22 of them just scored a 4 on the LPAC. So I'm really excited to see that quite a few of them are already going to reclassify. Additional programs that we had this year were admin support. So I really went through and worked with the admins, as I've done with the last couple years. First of all, I do admin meetings, so one-on-one admin meetings with them. We do walkthroughs, so I do walkthroughs with my team as well as sometimes with the admin to look at classrooms and see what ELD looks like at the site, and then support them with the reclassification process. We have a program called EL Achieve, which we're using for reclassifications and RFEP monitoring and EL monitoring, and this year we transitioned over to the OPTEL. So OPTEL is being used now for EL monitoring. What I would love to do, just to make life easier for our teachers, is if I could take the RFEP the reclass monitoring, or the teacher recommendation for reclass and the OPTEL monitoring, and put those together into one form, so it would just kind of streamline the process for them and they have one less thing to do. But that's what we're doing. And there are many districts right now, I can say, that have not just jumped in and started with the OPTEL, but we have, and I'm proud to say that it's been working for us. We also have a lot of newcomer support programs. So we have Lexia English, we have Hello Newcomer program, as well as what you heard about all of the newcomer supports that are coming through the different programs that are coming in community schools right now. Our DLAC was so incredible, and I'm glad I was able to honor them tonight because they're really quite amazing, and one of the things they wanted to do this year was classroom walkthroughs. So we made a schedule, and we went and we walked through ELD classes in 4 different schools this year, and they wanted to see integrated ELD, they wanted to see designated ELD, and they want improved communication to multilingual learner parents, and they want to see school libraries. Interestingly enough, they were interested in school libraries because they want to see that there are books represented by different people and in multiple languages so that everybody has access. So some of the findings from their walkthrough, and I'm not going to read all of this, although I put it there for you in case you wanted to, is that they found that there's like a really different structure to everyone's ELD program throughout the district, and they would like to see some uniformity in that, and they would like to see us learning from each other's programs more so that we can benefit students in all different schools. They also loved some of the vibrant libraries. So this is a picture of the R.O. Hardin Library. If you've ever been to it, you'll know it's just a very welcoming, bright, and fun place. So they also felt that not only did they were looking for the books, they were surprised when they walked into that space because they knew that they were drawn into it, and if kids had a space like that, they knew that kids at all schools would be drawn into the library and want to read. So those are some of the things that came out from their work or their walkthroughs. So in addition to that, this year really wanted to support our schools in giving IABs. And so now there is an IAB for the LPAC. And R.O. Hardin, I just keep on calling you guys out, but R.O. Hardin did some phenomenal work right now this year giving LPAC. They let me walk into their classroom. They opened their doors to me, let me go in. We gave IABs in all different classrooms, all different grade levels, modeled how to give the IABs to teachers. I also made something called the 12-day LPAC IAB challenge, and I shared it district-wide. It looks like it came from like a teacher paid teacher website. And with all of that we did, and I did staff presentations. So I went into staff meetings and I showed staff members how to give the IABs. And those IABs, those are gonna mimic what the LPAC looks like. So if a student is familiar with an IAB for the LPAC, they're gonna be really familiar with the LPAC. So it just kind of gets the teachers able to gauge where their students are and the students comfortable with this type of assessment. So this year we had 1,108 in interim LPACs given, so that was amazing. And then, and there we go again, R.O. Hardin, I ended up wanted to know more about the Express ELD program, which is an ELD program that goes along with Benchmark Advance. So I asked our R.O. Hardin teachers if they would want to pilot that program, and they jumped in and said yes. And so they piloted an ELD program, and I am very excited to say that we have decided to adopt the Express ELD program district-wide, which is going to affect all kinder through 5th grade ELD classes, and it's thrilling. So that is another one of the big pieces that we did this year. So the five video series that you see when you go online, that is inspired by our DLAC parents, and that's almost entirely now in English and Spanish. A couple more pieces that need to be done to transfer it over to Spanish. Our multilingual and English learner guide is still our go-to spot for all information for multilingual learners, and changes to this guide will be made this summer because we need to update the reclassification for the alternate reclassification, as well as the Optel and a couple different things that are in there that are changing. Just we knew it would happen, but sooner than I expected, but certainly we'll just go ahead and just keep making changes and updates to this document as we move along. So as I move into the future and I think about next year, and we know we've got this year down under our belts and we're ready to full steam ahead, I want to make sure that we're training and implementing that Express ELD kinder through 5th grade in all classrooms at all schools, so that everybody knows how to do our new ELD and we get them trained exactly right. I want to strengthen that designated ELD, which is a tier 1 support this next year, and analyze and consider new ELD curriculum for 6th through 8th grade. So if you're a middle school teacher, I'm really looking to see what we can do in those classes too to make sure that we have strong curriculum for our ELD students. I want to build a robust support system for teachers with newcomers and use the analysis of the Optel Multilingual English Learner Monitoring Form to guide instruction, individual site plans, and interventions, and then continue to build that parent communication system. So that's what we've been working on so far. That's what I've been doing, and my report of what's going on with multilingual learners and success this year.
Thank you.
Now I can breathe.
Great progress. Great progress.
Thank you.
I don't think you like your job. You're doing great. This is awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah. And the progress that the students have made is just outstanding. I really am. I'm excited about it. And knowing that we're going to make more progress because of the focus that's on everything. It's just amazing.
It's going. I have a feeling that next year when we move to this new ELD program, we're going to see a substantial change.
Yeah.
And I'm very excited about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's what we needed. So we've been spending a lot of time doing. I wouldn't call it patchwork, but little programs here and there. But this is something for all students, all schools, district wide. So I love that. That's going to support us in that way.
Yeah. Good job. Any questions? Nope. Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to move on now to our curriculum update. Hi,
Okay, well, hi, good evening. Here I am again. So have you ever heard that book, If You Give a Mouse a Cookie? You read it, You Give a Mouse a Cookie? Well, here's the cookie I wanted, ELD. Okay, so if you give a mouse a cookie, and I learned this about Colleen this year, if you ask her, like, Colleen, I'd really like to look at that ELD curriculum for benchmark, she's going to tell you, yeah, that's great, but can you do me a favor and check it out for the whole entire district and the ELA program too? So, so this is how this thing happened. We have decided to make some major changes in our curriculum this year, and I'm going to talk to you about that curriculum decision that we made and the process that was behind making that curriculum decision. So first of all, we had a purchase decision to do this year. Our Benchmark Advanced and Eureka Math contracts expire at the end of this year, which is at the end of 2025. And we know that we're not looking at that ELA adoption until 2027 and on the math adoption in 2026. So if we were to look at that timeline all together and kind of play it out with our experience in past adoptions, we know that, okay, the final state review is going to happen in 2025 of November. So we wait until November, and then the state reviews the stuff and it starts to kick it back out at us to go ahead and look at. Then we wait until the next year and we start to look at all of the curriculum. And even in that next year, there will be more curriculum that starts to come out to look at, because it doesn't all get done like within that 6 months, right? And we know that because you jump onto it early, and sometimes you don't get to see the all of the curriculum that's available. Then the following year, so that year we kind of get together a group to pilot it, to look at it, and then the year after that we'll get a group together and we'll start doing a district-wide pilot, and then we'll adopt the curriculum. So if we're really thinking about what we can do, and we can go ahead without the slides if you don't mind, and I'll just go ahead and continue talking. But what we really need to do, what we really want to do here is we want to give ourselves enough time so that we can look at the curriculum without feeling the need to rush, but also make sure that our kids are getting quality instruction during that time as well. So what we did was we took a look at the ELA and we took a look at the math curriculum, and we asked the teachers to take a look at it too, knowing that it's not an adoption year and we cannot buy a new curriculum. However, Benchmark and these companies, they become they're crafty, right? They figure this out. So we can either repurchase the Benchmark from 2017 that we have, or we can get the Benchmark that is enhanced, that comes with the ELD program, but also has a bunch of other enhanced features. So it has reading intervention programs that are enhanced. It has lesson plans that are enhanced. The stories are better. They changed the order. They made it more readable and easier for students to access. They did so much to it that it's not entirely a different program. It's still structured exactly the same, but it has a lot of changes to it. So what I did was, because Dr. Myers was behind this as well, was made a display at each one of the staff lounges for teachers to take a look at the curriculum. And then they also had an online version of the curriculum that they could access. So they could go online and they could see their whole entire grade level and everything, or they could look at what was in their staff lounge. They had a QR code for questions. They had a QR code for voting. Then the next month that came by, we had the publisher come in and do a presentation online and recorded it, and then shared that back out with the teachers, so teachers could go back and they could look at the recording at any time and see what the changes were between the two programs. And then we ended with a meeting where we did an analysis and talked about what the teachers' ultimate vote was. So during this whole entire time, we were voting on what the teachers wanted. So I'm just going to go ahead and skip. Okay, so here's what we're talking about right now. And what we did was we ended up meeting on that April 10th date and discussed what the teachers saw in the curriculum. We were able to hear from our pilot teachers how they thought about, or what they thought about the program, and then ultimately make our final vote. And you also see there, and this is this part because I am presenting to you and you're the board, it says board presentation and approval. I did find out it doesn't need board approval, but I do think it's really important for you to know about this process. I think you need to know about this process, and you need to know all that went into it so that you understand it's not just something that we just threw out there on a whim, but that we really needed feedback. We needed the teacher input. We needed people to be working with the curriculum and looking into it to decide if we want to do this. So when teachers looked into it, they said that they felt like the enhanced benchmark was much better. The TRS was much better. The writing lessons, there's a whole entire writing, which hardly exists in the program right now, which is much better, and they all liked the Express ELD. I'm not going to read all the teacher feedback for you, but I will tell you that the teachers really like the new consumables. That's one of the things that came out that you haven't seen on the other slides, and then the layout and the decodables especially were very popular amongst the teachers. So finally, we came to a vote, and 65% of the teachers voted to get the benchmark enhanced version as opposed to purchasing the benchmark, the regular benchmark program that we've been using. And 19% didn't care if we purchased the regular benchmark or not, but they really just wanted the ELD. So, I mean, to me, that looks like more like 80% wanted the new benchmark enhanced. And one of the comments from the teachers said, enhanced will benefit our students and address the many holes that exist in our current program. So we are moving ahead with a benchmark purchase. Then we did the same thing with the math, okay? And I have units that we put into the staff lounges. The teachers were able to access the curriculum online, and they were able to ask questions and vote. We did another presentation with Eureka Math Squared. They came in and they explained the differences between the programs, and we had a meeting and the teachers voted again. And for this one, it's not quite as strong, I would say, as the benchmark opinion. So in this one, many viewed the Eureka Math Squared as a clear improvement over the Eureka Math. And some people were still a little skeptical about investing in a temporary program before the full adoption. And they were thinking full adoption in 26, 27, but we know it's probably going to take a little bit longer than that. However, after having everybody go through and review the material and vote, 79% of the teachers voted that they would rather have the Eureka Math Squared, and they would like to move forward with the Eureka Math Squared purchase.
There was one comment that they said that I thought we should look at if it's possible.
Yeah.
Teachers want materials early to allow more prep time for the new content.
Okay, so we got that one too. So they're going to have access to all the online materials all summer, and we were just talking to the publisher this morning and making sure that everything's going to be delivered this summer, that our LMSs will have time this summer to unpack the materials and give it to the teachers so that they're all ready for that first PD that's happening on August 4th, where Eureka Math and Benchmark will both come in and do a full day training, half day on the math, half day on the Benchmark with those materials. So we have had teachers already go into the online, and the online will remain open and start doing their planning from there. Yeah, we have very important that we're listening to our teachers. They are the rock stars, and they're the ones that are in the classroom, hands-on with the kids and making sure that they have what they need. It benefits all of us. So 79% of our teachers said, let's go forward with Eureka Math Squared. And one of the notable comments was, I really like the current Eureka Math, but see the new one as an overall improvement. So that is our overall wrapping up this whole experience. That is how we moved from our current ELA program and math program to the math program and the ELA program that we'll be using for next year. And I'm hoping to see some great progress with our students with both of these. Yeah, so do you have any questions?
Good job.
All right, great. No questions.
Sounds
okay.
great. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we're going to move on now to 11F, which is the 24-25 San Benito Arts Council presentation.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Lane. I'm Executive Director of the San Benito County Arts Council, and I'm here with my colleague, Amanda Chiato, our Director of Arts Education. We're really pleased and grateful to come to you this evening with our annual Arts and Education report to share some highlights from this year's program. We are going to go through lightning speed because we still have some children in the audience that are waiting very patiently for their arts awards.
Oh.
So, just very briefly, our organization, we're a nonprofit arts organization based in Hollister. We serve entire San Benito County, do a lot of regional and statewide networking, and essentially we exist to connect and engage people, community, and spaces through arts, culture, and creativity. We do this through a variety of programs, our largest of which is Arts and Education, our Arts in the Schools program with the Hollister School District. You are by far one of our most valued and trusted partners, so we thank you for that. We've really aligned our programs to your values and vice versa. So again, won't read through this, but this has been an ongoing process that is deeply aligned. Oh, wrong button. Our Arts and Education program is kind of divided into a number of buckets. One is direct arts instruction. We work on teacher professional development, arts funding, and community engagement. And now I'm going to turn over to my colleague, Amanda. Good evening. Thank you for having us, and thank you to our teaching artists who are here and the students who stayed. In terms of instruction, and a lot of this is going to look very familiar to years past, we've been really working on refining programs and really mastering all of these great things that we're doing in collaboration with the district. This is the TK through 8th grade visual arts program, serving over 4,000 students, and you see all those happy kids there. This is the Performing Arts Accelerator program. This is the ukulele and song and dance programs. As you see here, they're always very happy to engage with these programs. Over 500 students in each of those. The TK through 8th grade visual arts goes year round, and each of these programs runs 12 weeks, with lots of interest in extending those programs. So, in terms of our teaching artist professional development, this is one of the areas that I am really passionate about, and we've really worked to diversify a lot of different offerings to our teaching artists, and we also let them lead their own professional development and peer-to-peer learning, and also kind of follow their own paths in terms of what they want to learn. So there's a variety of things there. And thank you to the school, to the Hollister School District for including us on professional development. Colleen helped us with that in engaging students with special needs and working on our classroom management, which is always an ongoing area. In terms of funding, our Arts Express grants are a funding source that we have that's outside of the district, but we offer an opportunity for, this year we didn't have teacher grants available because of limited funds, but we did have funds available for PTOs to apply for funding. So here's a couple of groups that were funded: the Rancho Maze Band and the Glow Show at Cerro Vista, which was super exciting and fun.
It was awesome.
It was awesome, and it's definitely going to be, I think, an ongoing an ongoing show. So the families were absolutely thrilled, and it had a really good turnout. In terms of community engagement, we're always really eager to see parents involved and families being a part of these programs. And so this is just a great photo here of all these parents at the County Art Showcase, which was extremely well attended this year, taking photos of their children performing from the song and dance program and the ukulele program, which the district supports. 80% of the artwork at the County Art Showcase, which was over 4,000 pieces, came directly from programs that the Hollister School District partners with the Arts Council on. And if you were there, the artwork was amazing. Many awards were given from the Women's Club, and the skills and abilities of the students were entirely evident in the artwork. The community engagement continues with the rotating district exhibition, which it's always fun to see all of our teaching artists coming out to put up the artwork and have new artwork coming to the district. And this is extraordinary. So Jennifer's going to talk a little bit about an exciting grant opportunity we're working on.
Yeah, so you may have heard we were awarded a California Jobs First grant, which is an initiative from Governor Newsom to spearhead workforce development in a variety of sectors. We were one of the only grantees in San Benito County, and really through this grant, what we're trying to do is figure out pathways for local artists and educators to become credentialed teaching artists so that districts can fulfill those needs created by Prop 28, the Art and Music in the Schools grant. So there was a report created about a year and a half ago, about a year ago from Prop 28, that estimated that California needs about 5,000 credentialed art teachers in the immediate term, and that's a need that's only going to be growing. Prior to Prop 28, becoming an art teacher was not a viable career. You didn't want to tell mom and dad that was your career plan. Now it is. So we are working with our local community colleges, Cabrillo, Hartnell, CSUMB, and the regional arts councils from Monterey and Santa Cruz to figure out this pipeline. How does someone growing up on the west side of Hollister go to Gavilan, go to CSUMB, and come back to teach art here in their neighborhood school? So we will be inviting you all to participate in this planning very shortly. So we're happy to announce that. Thank you. Okay, lightning speed. I won't read this. This is just one success story from the field. There's Sandra, our wonderful teaching artist, and this is just one example of the many successes that we talk about in all of our staff meetings. Our teaching artists are out there being second responders, building creative communities with students, responding to their emotional needs, and really being a staple in these communities, a safe person that students can come to. So I'll just leave that there, and you can explore that. And so I want to thank all of our teaching artists who are here tonight doing that work every day. Gathered, yay! So proud. Lots of great data. One of the things I'll note is that students were very expressive this year in the category that said, what else do you want to add? A lot of them had things to tell us, which is really, really great. This is ongoing. We're still collecting the data. I'll just kind of run through it here. The key points that you'll take away here when you review this is that 96% of student and classroom teachers surveyed want to see this program continue. Teachers are getting arts integration training from their teaching artists in the classroom, which is really exciting. I love seeing this beautiful bubble of 100%. I'll kind of just go through it here. One of the key things we added to this data set was whether classroom teachers believed that this program aligned with the mission, vision, and values of the district, which was very strongly supported in this. So I thought that was a really valuable data point. One of the key points here for students is this is really helping them deal with the stress of tests and schoolwork. And so that's a really key thing that we're helping to add value in terms of social emotional learning. Do you want to have art next year? Yes, they do. And obviously dealing with challenges there. Some of our favorite student quotes here, I'll just read a couple. I learned that our differences are our strengths, and that is something we want for all of our kids.
Art makes me feel ready for more work in class. It's making students feel more capable of facing those challenges. Looking ahead towards 25-26, again, really just refining these programs, making them really effective, thinking a lot about bringing in culturally responsive lesson plans, making sure our special needs students are getting the resources and tools that they need to participate fully in these programs, and receiving the professional development that we need for our teaching artists to meet the needs of the students and align our values to those of the district. We're teaching the summer school art program with lots of interest in diversifying materials, which will also continue next year in next year's program, which are more 3D, more work with 3D, really launching into clay immediately. This summer they're going to be making jewelry, they're going to be doing printmaking. So, and then from the students' perspective, they want to make slime, so we got to do slime. So again, just continuing with a really successful program, and we're so excited to partner with the district and celebrate with you, and this evening to celebrate the students that worked so hard this year and are receiving the annual Art Excellence Award, and their artwork will be permanently displayed in the district. And these students have exemplified creative courage, and we just want to celebrate them this evening. So I think, well, let's do that now, right? Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna have all of our teaching artists come up to the front, and I'm gonna give them their gift bags and awards for their students, and then we're gonna call up the students individually.
No
you're
worries.
fine, you're fine.
You're fine.
You did all the work.
Yes, they're beautiful. Renee's not here, so for Alex.
Oh, my goodness, I wish we had moved this. We've already approved the agenda, can we change it?
Figure out what's in these bags.
Okay, and without further ado, I'm not sure who's here. And we have Roman A. Salazar Gonzalez from Arlo Hardin. Yeah, go ahead and stand next to your teacher. And that's Miss Sandra.
Yeah, I think he left.
Okay. We have Brianna Armendariz. I'm sorry if I didn't say that right. From Calaveras. We have Destiny Del Rosario. Yay! From Central. She was very patient. Congratulations, superstar. We have Emilio Lujano from HDLA. Raylyn Martinez from Rancho Santana. We have Isaiah Martinez from Lad Lane. Yay! Congratulations. We're so proud of you. And we have Mia Moore from Sarah Vista. Congratulations.
Board members, are you able to stand in the back of the room? Do you want us to just stand, or do you want us to come down? Yeah, come down. I don't know your picture. Here, let's see if the students want to maybe hold their artwork. Oh yeah. If you want to hold your back. Here, right here. You get to slide down. You can slide down. I can do that.
I want their autographs.
You should. They're going to be working with it someday.
I know.
Thank you.
It's amazing.
We just want to thank the board. Thank you, Interim Superintendent Ward. We appreciate your partnership very much, and we're really excited to continue this work, and we are seeing the impact with your support. Do you have any questions for us this evening?
Keep it going.
Just keep going.
I just think
This
it's
is
a great
awesome.
program.
Yeah.
I'm
Thank you.
so pleased. We want to have you continue to invite us to the events, the teachers invited to the classrooms. I know several of us went to Sarah Vista. That was fabulous.
Incredible.
Yeah, so it was really great. You're doing a great job.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Unbelievable.
Okay, at this time, we're going to move on to item G, which is the demographer's report prepared by Schoolworks Incorporated.
And we have Mr. Ken Reynolds joining us to make the presentation.
Well, good evening.
You guys okay?
I do have a quick presentation to talk about the demographics. This is our first time working with your district, so it's an honor to be here to do this presentation for you. Our first slide, let's see if I'm doing this right, yeah, really gives you a visual representation of all the work that we do. You know, we collect information from the school district so we understand the grade levels of the students and where they reside in the different school boundaries. We look at birth data, we look at new development data, so we go out there and talk to the planning department and the developers to try to do our best understanding of what's happening and when it's happening. And that's a real big impact in your school district, as we'll see a few slides later. And that's probably one of the biggest challenges, is trying to predict the future of the economy and the housing market. So that's always subject to change, overnight even.
Yeah.
So we do all this in a computerized mapping system. So this just shows you a district boundary map, and the red dots represent where all the different students lived this school year. And we do have multiple years of data so we can understand all those trends that are occurring. This map here illustrates your school boundaries, right? If you live in a certain area, you're supposed to go to that school. Obviously, there's lots of exceptions. And so we also report on all of that, as we'll be seeing. So one of the key components of our data is the birth information. The blue line across the top of this page illustrates the number of births in your zip codes. For your school district, zip codes don't always perfectly match school boundaries, but we get usually a pretty good correlation. Those blue bars are your TK students. So those are those children that were born 4 years later, they would show up in TK. Of course, the TK program's been expanding. And so starting this fall, all 4-year-olds will be eligible to attend TK. So we factor that into our numbers. So those yellow bars there are illustrating how many students we are projecting will show up in your TK classes over the next 3 years. And then we have a very similar illustration for our kindergartners. Again, we're comparing the number of children that are born to who shows up in class 5 years later. That's those blue bars. And then the yellow bars are our projected students. And I did add an extra highlight on this one. If you see those little portions of red on the projected years, that's the impact of the new developments that are occurring. So we can see the volume that they are impacting in terms of our overall population in our projections. One thing I did want to sort of highlight on this page, when we're looking at the number of births that occur, you'll see overall you have a significantly different trend than our state. Overall, our state has dropped significantly in the number of births, whereas your community has been relatively stable, but the last couple of years we had 2 very large number of births. The number for 2023, we don't have the 2024 data yet. It takes them a while to collect that, because when they're processing that data, right, they look at the mother's zip code when a child is born. And so even if someone's born in New York, right, but the mother's zip code is here in Hollister, that data still is represented in that birth data when we finally get it from the Department of Health. All right, so this one gives us a visual representation of two items. One, the green bars are our current enrollment by grade level. So we can see, right, our largest class this year was our 8th grade class. The other thing we're illustrating is that blue line showed how many students were in that class when it started kindergarten. So you can see those green bars, our current enrollments, are larger for each grade than the number we started with. So that's showing we have a positive growth over time compared, in some districts, right, that they're declining and those numbers are dropping as students move out. But here we end up with more students in the future years than we started with. So again, it just gives you some visual representation there. So next we talk about the new development. Here we have a listing of all the various projects that we're aware of.
If I'm gonna blow up, I want to know.
All kinds of things going on today. This is our technology department.
I pressed something and it stopped.
Okay.
No sitting on the job here.
Oh my God.
In 10 seconds.
I didn't do it.
Is that her alarm?
I don't know. Oh, somebody breaking in? Or here.
Yeah.
Now I hope I didn't just set it.
We're gonna have a rude awakening in a bit.
Oh, goodness.
Okay. So
All right.
on the map we highlight where all the development is projected to take place. We identify the total number of units that we're aware of in our research, and it came out to 2,900 new housing units. We've only factored in 1,800 of those to be built, or not built, but occupied and generating children over the next 6 years. So there's more on the books than what will happen. And usually there's about 10 years or so of planning that goes into place before, from the time something's originally envisioned till you get through all the different requirements for EIRs and everything else, and do the basic infrastructure before you can even start building the models. So we're looking at that. Again, it's always subject to change. Sometimes some of those projects will build faster than we estimate. Some will be slower. But again, lots of activity, and it's challenging right now because, right, our interest rates are high, housing prices are high, and so there's been a little bit slow in our housing market. And so we're still waiting to see if that's going to change in the near future. But again, so it's definitely one of probably the most things I'm concerned about in our projections is what's really happening with that housing market, since there's so much activity taking place in your community. But then our next slide shows the end result of our calculations. These are our enrollment projections. And the way we illustrate on this page, we have 10 years of history so we can see where we've been, and we're showing 6 years into the future. We've color-coded it. The orange is our elementary grades, and the light green is our middle school grades. So again, we can say we've had some modest growth over the last 10 years, but we're still expecting quite a bit more growth, especially over the next 4 or 5 years. So even though we have that large 8th grade class that's going to be graduating in another few weeks here, we still think we're going to still see additional growth. And again, one more component, right? Starting next year, we have all 4-year-olds eligible, so that's helping boost our elementary enrollment next year. So overall, we anticipate about 442 new students over the next 6 years, and 85 students of an increase for next year, so this fall. So in our full report, we have a whole lot more data. And again, since it's our first time working with you. If you look through the entire document, we have a section for each individual school. We show their map. We have red dots that show the students that live in that boundary and attend that school. If we see blue dots in that boundary, they attend a different school within your district. Or, for example, the Hollister Dual Language Academy, which doesn't have a boundary, right? So they draw from all your boundaries. And then we also show if someone's transferring into that school, either from outside the district or from another one of your school boundaries. So we can see all those attendance patterns. For each school, we also have a chart that shows the enrollment projection. And on here, we have that red line shows our October enrollments. We're showing 4 years of history and 6 years into the future. The blue line represents how many.
On now to the superintendent's report for May 2025.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I'll just jump in. It's okay. We're going to deal with these technical difficulties, and we'll get through it. So, the first slide, is always with my superintendent's report, has the updated enrollment for each school site, and we just had Mr. Reynolds talk about enrollment. And I list all the schools with Sarah Vista at 620 and HTLA at 854, etc. I updated all those numbers. And two things that we always talk about on this report is the total enrollment, which right now, according to Aries, is 6,011 students. And I noticed he was projecting for next year at 5,993 is what Mr. Reynolds had on his information. And then
and we're supposed to get 85 for next year?
That's including those, yeah.
Oh, okay.
The 5993 is what his projection is, so right about where we are. And then ADA is at 93.7%. So we're holding strong on that, which is excellent. And then the next part of my superintendent's report, I wanted to take the opportunity to recognize some of our staff. Okay, there it is. It's up on us now. Thank you, sir. So we're on the third slide. So the first person I wanted to recognize, she can't make it tonight. She was mentioned multiple times tonight. Lily Espinoza, the principal for our Hardin School. She was recently named the AXA Administrator of the Month, and that's a great picture of her and Dr. John Schilling, the superintendent principal out at Southside, and he's a representative of AXA. Lily is doing such a great job leading her great team of teachers. The school was mentioned multiple times tonight in a positive light, so it was perfect timing. I just wanted to let the public know that we're proud of Lilia, that she's been recognized. So when you see her, tell her congratulations, shake her hand, and tell her that we're all proud of her. So so we can give her a round of applause, even though she's not here. Maybe she's watching. We hope so. The next department that I wanted to highlight is our special education department. And when we think about serving students with special needs, I mean, it takes a special heart and a special focus and a special care. And it starts at the school site with our teachers, with our site administrators on the day-to-day supporting students with special needs, whether it's in RSP, whether it's in STC classes. The compassion and love that our staff at the site shows is you can see it. Whenever I visit sites, you see it, you feel it. And then tonight I wanted to take the opportunity to highlight the people that are behind the scenes, that are supporting all that great work out at the school sites for our students with special needs. Whether it's supporting with IEPs, curriculum, parent meetings, parent engagement, phone calls, and we have an excellent group of people here at the district office that support all that great work at the school sites, and I just wanted to publicly acknowledge them. So on the next slide, we have all these beautiful faces here. I know that not everybody could make it tonight, but I wanted to start with Dr. Gabriel Gutierrez, okay, our director. If he could come on up, please, and we're going to come out and shake hands. Okay. Gabe leads the work, and we appreciate the work, and I know that all the parents and students do, so I just want to say thank you very much. Very much appreciated.
Good job.
You've done
I don't
such great
think
work.
Pilar's here, but let's give Pilar the bio. She does such a great job. And next is somebody that's been with the district for many years, and I'm proud to know her, and I'm really proud of all of her work and dedication, and that's Tony Vargas, our support secretary. Thank you, Tony. Thank you so much for all your work.
You're always awesome.
Thank you so much, Tony.
And then next, Isabel couldn't make it tonight, but we have Isabel Acosta, so let's go ahead. And I did see Alberto Sanchez here, but he probably had to step away and go get some dinner or something, so we appreciate Alberto. Next we have Jennifer Teixeira. She's not here tonight, but we congratulate her her support. We have Lisa Ucello, and she is here tonight, and we want to
You really knocked it out of the park. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lisa. We appreciate you so much. Thanks all around.
Mr. Matt Morrison is not in the house tonight, but we appreciate that. And next we have Mahalia Magabo, and she is here. Thank you for all your hard work. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. And then we have the last one. She's not here, but we love Jane. She's been here for a long time. Jane Bamber.
Yes.
Between everyone.
Yes.
Picture, please. Put that filter on, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And thank you for your patience.
Yeah.
Oh, Jan. Sorry.
Okay, okay.
That's all right. No rush. Whoops.
Now we got a light bulb. It's all. We got ghosts in here tonight. So. All right, we're on to the next. Thank you very much for allowing me to give that report.
Thank you. Okay, we're moving to agenda item 13, which are our consent items. Do I have a motion to approve the consent items?
No, I didn't make that motion at the beginning. So I make a motion that we approve 13A through 13X.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I'll second it.
Okay, roll call vote. Trustee Toasty?
I will recuse myself.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
Aye.
And Trustee Rios, can you give us a thumbs up? I don't know if we can see her. We're having such technical difficulties.
You got her? Okay.
Got a thumbs up? Okay, thank you. And it's an aye for me as well.
Double thumbs? Okay.
Double thumbs up. Okay, motion passes. Consent items approved. And now we are moving on to item 14, discussion and action items. And A is discussion and approval of Hollister Prep school facilities. Do we have people in the house to speak to that, or do you want the presentation? What do we do first?
You want to do public comment? Yeah.
I know.
Because there's no presentation. It's just
No
the consideration.
presentation. Okay.
Right.
But you have people who want to speak?
Sure.
Okay.
So we just have to go through the protocol of the 15 minutes.
Hannah Rodriguez. Well,
15 minutes.
We have, when we have a big group like this and it's all on the same subject, California law allows us to limit the comments to 15 minutes.
Total.
So, I don't know how you guys want to divvy this up, but
Well,
you have.
the timer will be on the screen, but the whole group, the 13 individuals, will have to fill only that 15-minute time slot.
Probably the best thing is to line up at the podium and then take, start, and then we can go from there when the 15 minutes are up.
Do you want to call all the names?
Yes.
Yeah.
Let me call the names that I have here. Hannah Rodriguez, Caprice Young, Tomislav Perry? Tom, okay, Catherine, Ellen Miller,
Beth, what are you doing back there?
Patrice Bunce, Gabriel Mendez, one or two. Yeah, Melissa Stevens, Sky Stevens, Nancy Martinez, Jessica Sanbetti, Blanca Guzman, Norma Knox.
Okay.
If you don't mind, we'll just drag people up here.
Yeah, there you go.
And
And
we have the.
So you have 15 minutes, and there's 13 of you.
Okay, go ahead. Start the timer.
Yeah, it's right up there.
Okay. Hi, everybody. This letter is in regards to our Hardin having to share campus with the Hollister Charter School, HPS. I fully respect the charter school. They have amazing teachers and administrators, and the students are great students, and I have good relationships with the HPS parents. Again, I admire and I respect the charter school student. However, I'm a third grade teacher at R. Hardin, and I have taught at R. Hardin since 2013. And in my opinion, it is not in the best interest of the R. Hardin students to have to share their campus with the charter school. And the main reason is equity. As you may know, providing equity within a school means acknowledging that every student has unique needs and circumstances, and therefore the school needs to provide intervention, resources, and opportunities for the student's academic success. An equitable school environment should also provide a safe and secure spot for students. The students should feel safe, valued, and supported.
Okay, sorry, we're gonna stop you.
What?
Only because we thought you were with HPS. You're separate. So
You
get
are on
3 minutes.
R.O. Hardin. So
Oh,
anybody
okay.
else on R.O. Hardin speaking on R.O. Hardin?
We didn't want those 3 minutes to eat into the 15 minutes
Yeah,
of the
they
group.
get,
Yeah.
HPS gets,
I'll finish, and then they get a 15-minute start.
right,
Yeah.
Okay,
right.
okay, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, we didn't want to take away from HPS.
Trying to speed.
Trying to be fair.
Trying to go fast. Okay.
Go ahead.
You're fine. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
So going back, okay, I got some time. So going back really quickly, for equitable school, right? Where was I at? Yeah, but basically we need to provide intervention, resources, opportunities for the kids to be successful. An equitable school environment should provide a safe, secure spot. Okay, the students should feel safe, valued, and supported. And we try to do this at R. Hardin. We provide rigorous instruction, different types of intervention or resource in order to nurture our students, enhance their skills and knowledge, and close any academic gaps. Even though it's hard creating a unique school culture with 2 schools on one campus, we try our best to make our students feel valued as R. Hardin Husky. Now, because the charter school is a guest on R. Hardin campus, R. Hardin is limited in space. Because we have to share space, we only have 1 extra room for our structured reading program, also known as PATH. That means 4 teachers have to put up cubicle barriers in the room in order to make a designated space for their PATH group. As Ms. Cristobal has previously stated, we have a counseling room the size of a closet, and our band teacher, Ms. Silvera, has to share her room with the CASA after-school program, as well as with the reading intervention teachers. We do not have an extra room for our PTO like other schools do. This is not equitable. Ideally, it'd be nice to start providing intervention as soon as a student enters the school. However, we do not have space for more TK classrooms. This means that R. Hardin cannot add more TK classrooms. We only have 1 TK. I believe there will be several TKs added to Sunny Slope in the next academic year, and this is inequity. Many of our students will have to start TK at another site and then move back to do kindergarten at R. Hardin. As for our migrant preschool students, why do they have to start school on the ECE campus? And it's because the charter school takes up our rooms. These are the students, the migrant ones, that are being displaced.
If we were able to use the classrooms on our own campus, our migrant students could start school at R. Hardin and be part of our school. R. Hardin cannot provide classrooms for our own students. As for PE, we lack space. The blacktop is always in use by the charter school for their recesses or by their PE teacher. The charter school has PE teachers who can block off PE space while we are teaching. We are allocated part of the field, and they also use the field at the same time as us. I have yet to teach any lessons on the basketball court in all the years that I've taught at R. Hardin. I don't think this is fair, and here we go back to equity. Finally, since R. Hardin shares this campus with the charter school, our campus is challenged with safety. There have been several circumstances when my students have gone to the bathroom and report back that they've been physically pushed or belittled by an upper grade HPS student. The HPS school goes to 8th grade while we can only go to 5th. My students return to class crying and they do not feel safe using the bathroom. While on yard duty after school, I witnessed many unsafe circumstances, such as parents driving into the do not enter part of the parking lot since it's more direct to the HPS office. And there is a lot of congestion and a lot of confusion as to which car is picking up which student from which school. And this is not safe for any of our students. I need the school board to give a chance for R. Hardin to have its own campus. R. Hardin deserves a chance to experience a safe and secure campus and a school that provides equity to all students. Please do not vote for the HPS charter school to stay at R. Hardin. Be equitable, find solutions. Please do not put it on the back of our students. This has gone on for too long. Thank you.
And then, Brendan, can we now put it to 15, please? Thank you.
And I don't know if somebody could give this to Cheryl.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kip will get it to
And
us.
then I'll give it to you. Lovely. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah.
Am I good to start?
Once it gets to 15.
There you go.
There you go.
Good evening, board members. My name is Melissa Stevens, and I want to thank you all for giving me the chance to speak tonight. I'm here as a proud parent of 2 daughters who attend Hollister Prep School, and as someone who was raised right here in Hollister. This community means a lot to me. I went to Sunny Slope, Mays Middle School, and I graduated from the Hollister High School. I am a proud hay baler. Some of my favorite memories were actually in Miss Grist's class. I was a hawk too, so hello again. I've spent most of my life here in Hollister, and now I'm raising my own family here. I've always felt a strong connection to this town, and I care deeply about its future. That's why I'm so grateful for Hollister Prep. It's not just a school, it's a community that's helping my daughters grow into confident, capable, and kind young people. The support, the dedication of the teachers, and the high expectations they hold have made a real impact on my children and our family. HPS is part of the Hollister community, and so many of us, the parents, the teachers, and the students, are longtime Hollister families who love and care about this town. As a member of this community and a resident of the Hollister School District, I'm asking you to not only do what is legal, but also what is right for the students of HPS and R.O. Hardin by approving the facility use agreement for the 2025-26 school year and working together on a long-term solution within the district that supports all of our students. Thank you again for your time and consideration this evening.
Hi, I am Sky Stevens, and I am in 2nd grade. I love my school, and please help my school, and thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Ella Miller, and I am a proud parent of 3 students at Hollister Prep, kinder, 2nd, and 7th grade. And I've called Hollister my home since middle school. I went to Rancho, I graduated from the high school. My oldest daughter is a proud Baylor. She's off to college right now. This town is more than where we live. This is where we've chosen to build our lives and raise our families. And Hollister Prep has been an incredibly positive part of our family's journey. My children feel safe, supported, and genuinely excited to learn. The school challenges them with high expectations while surrounding them with care, encouragement, and community. I'm here tonight to respectfully ask for your support. As a longtime resident of Hollister School District and a strong believer in the power of public education, I urge you to approve the facility use agreement for the 25-26 school year. More importantly, I ask that you help find a long-term solution that supports both Hollister Prep and the R.O. Hardin community. All of our children deserve stability. They deserve schools that lift them up and prepare them for bright futures. I'm confident that we can find a path together that honors the needs of every student. Thank you.
Hello, I am Catherine Elam. As a parent of a Hollister Prep school student, I have personally witnessed my child thriving in his school more than I could ever imagine. After spending his toddler and early childhood years locked away from society during the pandemic and social distancing, you can imagine how stressful it was for him and our family to start kindergarten in a new town without many people to call friends. Hollister Prep has created a sense of belonging and stability, allowing my child to thrive academically, and it has helped him and our family to create a new community with a sense of familiarity. I have no doubts that the people in this room have all our community's children's best interests at heart. Time and time again, studies have shown stability being a key factor for youth development. Stability not only refers to a child's home, but also the consistency and predictability of a child's educational environment, which significantly impacts their academic, social, and emotional development. A stable school experience allows children to build relationships, focus on learning, providing a sense of belonging, predictability, and support, fostering positive social and emotional well-being. Conversely, frequent school changes or disruptions can negatively impact a child's overall well-being and academic performance. I urge you to allow our children and staff to stay put until the time comes where we can move on to a new permanent location. Thank you.
Good evening, board members. My name is Jessica Sembitu. I am both a proud teacher and parent at Hollister Prep School. I was born and raised right here in Hollister. I went to elementary school in this district, R.O. Hardin actually. I attended Rancho San Justo Middle School and graduated from San Benito High School. Hollister isn't just where I live, it's where I was shaped as a person and where my family has deep roots. Now I'm raising my own children in the same town that raised me. I choose to teach at Hollister Prep because I believe in the school's mission, its values, and its commitment to students, regardless of circumstances. Every day I get to walk into a school where I see students thrive, where teachers work with heart and high expectations, and where families are deeply connected to the learning that's happening. As a parent, I see the impact this school has had on my own children. As a teacher, I see the difference it makes for so many students in our community. Hollister Prep is a part of Hollister. We all care deeply about this community's future. That's why I'm here tonight, not just as an educator, but as a lifelong resident and a parent who wants what's best for all kids. I respectfully ask that you approve the facility use agreement for the 2025-2026 school year, and that you work collaboratively on a long-term solution that supports both Hollister Prep and R.O. Hardin. We're all a part of the same community, and our children deserve schools that reflect the strength, care, and unity of Hollister. Thank you so much for your time.
Good evening, board members. My name is Patrice Buns, and I wear many hats at Hollister Prep School. I'm a proud parent, I'm a dedicated staff member, and an active PTO member. I live here in Hollister, and this is where I'm choosing to raise my family, and this is where I've chosen to buy my home. This fall, I have a kindergartner starting in HPS, along with my soon-to-be 5th grader, and I have an 8th grader as well. As both a parent and a staff member, I get to see HPS from both sides, and how deeply the staff care, and how hard they work, and how much our students grow. This is not just where I work, it's where I send my kids, and where I feel like family is rooted. One of the things I appreciate most is seeing the strong sense of care that extends beyond our own team. I want to shout out R.O. Hardin, especially their food service team, who go out of their way to connect with our students as well. At HPS, we say know every child by name and need, and R.O. Hardin staff, their kitchen staff, know our students by name and need. That is the collaboration that I would like to continue to see. Hollister Prep is part of the Hollister community, just as we are, and we want to live here, and we shop here, we want to volunteer here, and we want our students to be here and what's best for them. That's why I'm asking you tonight as a parent and a staff member and a district resident to please approve the facility use agreement for 2025-2026 and to work towards a long-term solution that supports both HPS and RO Harding. Our students deserve that. Thank you very much.
Good evening, board members. My name is Blanca Guzman, and I'm here as a community member who cares deeply about both Hollister Prep School and RO Harding. I'm also a proud parent of two dedicated staff members, one who worked at HPS and now for our Navigator schools, and another at RO Harding. Through my family, I have a unique perspective on the incredible work happening at both schools. Both campuses play vital roles in our community, and I've seen firsthand how passionate the staff are about supporting our children. The dedication, care, and care and commitment at both schools are inspiring, and they deserve to be supported with the right resources and facilities. As someone connected to both sides, I understand the importance of fostering collaboration and unity. Our students deserve safe, stable, and welcoming environments that help them learn and grow. Whether they attend Hollister Prep or RO Harding, these schools are not separate. They are part of the same community, and they thrive when we work together. Tonight, I'm asking you to approve the facility use agreement for the 2025-26 school year and to commit to working toward a long-term solution that supports both schools and their communities. Let's invest in the future of all our students by ensuring both schools have the space and support they need to succeed. Thank you for your time and for your commitment to community's children. Thank you.
Good evening, board members and audience. My name is Gabriel Mendez, and I'm a proud graduate of Hollister Prep. I was raised right here in Hollister, went to HPS from 2nd through 8th grade, graduated from Hollister High School just last year, and I just wrapped up my first year at Sacramento State. Being back home for the summer reminds me how much I love this town. Hollister has always been home, and Hollister Prep has always felt like a second home. Even now, I still go and visit the campus whenever I pick up my little sister from dismissal. It brings back memories of the teachers, friends, and community that helped shape who I am. HPS taught me that there's more than just academics. It gave me confidence to succeed in high school and now in college. The support, the expectations, and the culture of the school made a huge difference in my life. I'm here today because of the foundation I built there. So I'm here tonight not just as an alumnus, but as someone who still deeply cares about my community. I'm asking you to stand behind the students who are walking the same walkways I once did. Approve the facility use agreement for the 2025-26 school year and commit to finding a real long-term solution that keeps schools like HPS a strong part of the Hollister district. Let's make sure every student, no matter what school they attend, feels like they belong and have a stable place to learn. Thank you.
Good evening, board members. My name is Norma Knox, and I have the privilege of serving as the principal of Hollister Prep School. Every day I walk the same walkways as my incredible colleagues at RO Harding, and I want to start tonight by expressing my deep and heartfelt appreciation for their team. The RO Harding staff are dedicated, resilient, and caring professionals who give so much to their students and community. I see their efforts, and I respect them tremendously, not just as fellow educators, but as a neighbor and a partner in our shared space. As the leader at HPS, I see the challenges that come with sharing a campus. My team feels them too. We experience the complexities, limitations, and the weight of trying to do the right thing by every child every day in our space. And just like the R.O. Hardin team, we remain committed to our top goal to create a safe, joyful, and academically excellent environment for all students. What we want more than anything is a long-term solution that works for both schools and honors the work that we each do. So tonight, I respectfully ask that you approve the facility use agreement for 25-26 school year. And I also offer my partnership in working toward a long-term solution that supports both HPS and R.O. Hardin. We're stronger when we work together, and our students deserve nothing less. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, members. My name is Nancy Martinez. Soy una mamá orgullosa de Hollister Prep. Tengo 3 hijos en Hollister Prep, 2 en la primaria y 1 en la middle school. Me da mucho gusto estar en esta reunión hoy martes porque es uno de mis días off. Tengo mucho sentimiento por lo que dijo la maestra. En este momento soy la única persona que trabaja en mi casa. Mi esposo se está recuperando de una herida. La verdad no ha sido fácil. A pesar de todo decidí venir a esta meeting porque es importante para mí estar aquí, apoyar a la escuela porque ellos siempre están con mis hijos, siempre están apoyándonos. Hollister Prep ha hecho mucho por mis hijos. Me encantan los maestros, son unas personas muy dedicadas, muy amables con mis hijos. Mis hijos se sienten muy seguros y apoyados y con ganas de aprender todos los días. Como mamá que habla español, siempre me he sentido bienvenida y respetada e incluida en Hollister Prep. Una de mis favoritas partes del día es unirme al mensaje de las mañanas con los estudiantes donde nos dan la bienvenida y nos hacen cantar, nos invitan a los papás a participar, me hacen sentir, la verdad, que soy una parte de la comunidad escolar. Por eso, por favor, les pido con mucho respeto y con el corazón en la mano que nos apoyen a nuestros hijos y a todos los estudiantes de la escuela. Que Olo Garden, todos queremos lo mejor para nuestros hijos. Les pido que aprueben el acuerdo de uso de instalaciones para el año 2025-2026 y que sigan trabajando en una solución a largo plazo para las 2 comunidades escolares. Nuestros niños, no importa dónde vayan, merecen un lugar seguro y estable para aprender y crecer. Muchísimas gracias por su tiempo y por su apoyo. Esperamos que de verdad nos ayuden para continuar con la escuela ahí. Gracias.
You can go ahead. Yeah. Give them time. Give them those 2.
Thank you, Board. My name is Tom Parayak. I'm General Counsel for Navigator Schools. I'm just here to help the board look at the statute and the regulations, let you know that the word in the statute and the regulations is shall, not may. We have submitted the proposal timely on November 1st, on February 1st, and April 1st. There are requirements on the board's part. If the FUA is approved tonight, that's great. But if it is not, the board is in violation of the law, which talks about the submission on November 1st and the requirements to give us a proposal. I'm also available to answer any questions to help the board as much as possible. Thank you for the extra time.
I get to talk too much anyway. Just push the button under the bottom and that should reactivate it. On the very bottom of the mic should.
I might have to just use my teacher voice.
Yeah.
Can you hear me over there when I use my teacher voice? All right. Just simply this. we have tremendous respect for the work that's being done by the R.O. Hardin staff. We live the same overcrowding every single day, and we definitely want to continue to work with you to find long-term solutions. We have one possible solution, which I mentioned at the last meeting, which is potentially the Kmart site. We haven't quite figured out how to pay for it yet, but we have some ideas, and the biggest thing that we need right now in order to be able to move that forward is your support for our conditional use permit. And that will be coming before the Planning Commission probably sometime in September. If we get that conditional use permit and can work out the funding, then we would be able to be on that site in fall of 28. Maybe faster, but that's as fast as we've been promised in terms of our construction folks. And we know that there's going to need to be interim solutions between now and then as well, and would be happy to work with you to find those solutions, whether that means adding temporary bungalows or splitting our campus. We just want to make it work, because our kids aren't going anywhere. All of our kids are Hollister kids. So if you say don't vote in favor of the facilities use agreement, then the question is just where, and we want to help. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, we'd like to entertain a motion to approve the Hollister Prep facilities use request.
I'll make a motion to approve the Hollister Prep School facilities.
Do I have a second?
I'll make a second.
Okay, roll call vote. Trustee Toasty?
Aye.
Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
Trustee Grist?
Aye.
And we have Trustee Rios on screen. Can you give us a thumbs up? Okay, thank you. And I'm an aye as well. Motion carries. Okay, we're going to move on now to item B, which is the adoption and resolution of the Staff Appreciation Day.
Kim, can I just say one thing?
Yes.
That I'd like to thank all the positive speakers. I thought we get a lot of hate speak up here, towards us, but I really want to appreciate all the positive speakers that were here tonight. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
Well, we just need to work on, I don't know if we can wait that long with all the building that's happening. I know, we just need to work together.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving to item B. Do I have a motion to approve the Staff Appreciation Day for May 15th, 2025?
I make a motion that we approve resolution number 15-24-25 Staff Appreciation Day of May 15, 2025.
I'll second.
Roll call. Trustee Toasty.
Aye.
Trustee Martinez.
Aye.
Trustee Grist.
Aye.
Trustee Rios. Okay, and I'm an aye as well. Motion carries. Item C, discussion and approval of board policy and administrative regulation updates. Our wonderful Miss Beth.
Before I get started, I'd just like to give a shout out to Brandon. Mama said there'd be days like this. And you're doing great.
Yeah. But we're not done yet.
But we're doing great. As always, these are the next cycle of administrative regulations and board policy updates. They are all from CSBA with the exception of one as noted in the summary. And I'm just here if you have any questions. Given the hour, I want to make this quick.
Questions?
But it's your meeting.
I make a motion that we approve the,
You're generally the one with questions.
I know, I don't have any. I like that
Go for the motion, girl, go.
I make a motion that we approve the board policy and administrative regulation updates.
Do we have
Second.
Okay, roll call vote. Trustee Toasty.
Aye.
Trustee Martinez.
Aye.
Trustee Grist.
Aye.
Trustee Rios. And I'm an aye as well. Thank you. Okay,
You're very
moving
welcome. Now,
on.
that puts us up to, we are caught up until December.
Yay!
Half of December's done.
Yay!
Nice.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Whew. Okay, you're still here. Discussion and action and review and approval of the monthly financial report.
Thank you. So we look at this every month. This is through the month of April. We are, there's still not a lot of change from what you've seen before, but I will just call your attention to budget balances and where we are for the year, what's left for the year. I think that we are on track. We are slowly making end of year or estimated actuals adjustments. So this is kind of one of those reports that's between phases. And I'll talk a little bit more about the next phase as we go through here, but I'll just ask, do you have any questions on the unrestricted side before we move on?
No. Look like we're pretty much on the money, right?
Yeah, we're pretty much where I would expect us to be for this time of year, given the fact that certain things are front-loaded and other things will come in as we close the books, like indirect, for instance.
Right.
So, okay. Moving on to the categorical side, it is the same sort of thing. We are trimming up our categorical budgets for year end and where we think we're going to end up. They tend to have more money up front and we'll get money for multiple years, and so what you would expect to see in the 75 to 80% range, some of them are not fully spent because the budgets are sitting there and they're just going to roll. Community schools, as you heard tonight, had a little bit of a slow start, so that's not spent up, but they are, coming up to speed. By next year, you're going to start seeing them spend the current year money and then carry over on a much higher accelerated rate.
And the federal government is October 1st, is that right?
Yeah, and I'll be talking about that in just a minute.
Okay.
No, it's okay.
No, well, it's money, so.
It is money. So if there aren't any questions on this, the other part of this presentation is on the May revise, which I know is going to be you and I.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So if there's no other questions on that, then what we've got is an update on the May revise. I sat through 3 presentations last week and there's one more this week. I believe that the board members are coming to the epicenter when the county superintendent of schools hosts a presentation for board members. And so you'll hear the same sort of thing. They're anticipating that the COLA is going to be 2.3%. When last we talked, it's sounding like 2, so it's a little bit better than 2. So it's sort of a good news, bad news thing. Yes, it is more than 2, which is twice as good as what we got this year, but they are looking at the economy for next year and saying we may be deficit funded on our COLA. In other words, they may state that the COLA is 2 and only give us 1. So this economy is still very much in flux right now. We're watching that one. Also, the federal government. It's interesting, 2 of the sessions on May Revise that I listened to last week said that, for instance, Migrant, one of the programs that's near and dear to our heart, in Title III, you heard all the good work that's being done with our ELs. Both of those will not be funded next year. I heard that twice. And yet, at the end of last week, we got our Migrant grant for next year. So I'm not sure what's really going on. And I can't answer that question. I can only, sort of interpret maybe there's carryover and they're giving us money, but we did get our DSA.
Well, the 25-26 migrant grant, that DSA was already submitted and approved, so that money is coming. That's been coming. CDE, Julie, who oversees migrant, has confirmed it for the whole state. So it's the Santa Clara piece that we don't know what's happening right there at Santa Clara.
But in Washington, they're saying it's not going to be funded. So it's interesting just to watch what's happening.
The following, it is for this 25-26, but 26-27, we don't know if it's going to be in existence.
So, again, who knows? But we're watching. And it's good to know because we don't necessarily have a plan for migrants, so it's good to know that we have at least 1 more year and the ups and downs of what's going on the East Coast. And it's, sort of a wait and see. I'll do the CONAF at the end of the month and we'll see whether or not Title III is actually included in that or not. And we'll build budgets as we go forward.
Well, pretty much all of our title stuff is in jeopardy with the Department of Ed. The Supreme Court said you can't do it. can't close the Department of Education, that just came down this week. Who knows what he's gonna do, so I think everything is just.
Title I, it may have been up for reductions, but wasn't as in danger as, say, Title I-B, which is our migrant. And so, you know, there is.
Yeah, but even special ed, because they said they were gonna move it to a different place, you know, like health.
It's moving the neighborhood, that's not cutting the program. You still live in town, but we're gonna move you from, you know.
I understand that.
One side of town to the other town.
But the other town might not give us the same amount or whatever.
Right. So the other thing, and we have talked about it here before, is that the migrant year does start on October 1st. It runs October 1st through September 30th.
That's the whole federal budget.
That's the federal year, where we are a July 1 through June 30th.
Right.
So we are only about halfway through the federal year, and we're halfway to them doing whatever they're going to do for the budget for next year. It was interesting little tidbit of trivia that they shared that in the last 20 years, it's only been 3 times that the federal budget has come in on time. So I would not expect anything by October 1st. And that's what, you know, the presenters were saying. The other thing is that typically it takes them until December or January to actually settle that budget. So that's what we've been talking about. It's going to be almost a year before we know what's going on. So we are approaching the budget development very conservatively, and we will just keep you abreast of everything new that comes in. You're going to hear more on Thursday when we meet at the Epicenter for those of you that can make it. You can ask your questions there because they're the professionals and they're the ones with, you know, that are up there in Sacramento and hearing things, you know, right when they happen. So at this point, I don't want to prolong the evening any longer, but I will take any questions that you might have also had.
We're just gonna be sitting on a hot seat.
Okay, do I have a motion to approve the monthly financial report?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Okay, and roll call vote, Trustee Tosti?
Aye.
Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
Trustee Gris?
Aye.
Trustee Rios? Okay, and I'm an aye as well, thank you.
I'm not done yet.
Oh.
I got the next 2.
Oh, next 2.
I
Okay.
will tell you that the next 2 resolutions, I'm just going to try and hit you with all the information at once, are resolutions that we have to do every year. They have to do with signing off on payroll and picking up checks. I'm doing them early this year so that there's no break in service as we get to through June. June's going to be a very busy month for this board and this district, so I'm asking for approval as you get to both of them because they are the same that we've given you every year.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll make a motion that we approve resolution 1324-25 and 1424-25 for the approval of signers and transport of warrants that we have to do yearly. Can I put them together like that?
You just did.
I did. Is that okay?
I'll second.
All righty. Trustee Tosti?
Aye.
Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
And Trustee Grist?
Aye.
And Trustee Rios? Okay, and I'm an aye as well. Moving on. Let's go to, thank you. G, discussion and approval of Proposition 28 Arts and Music in Schools Funding Report. Ms. Myers, Dr. Myers.
You can't imagine my FOMO tonight. This is all I get to present to you. The Prop 28 Annual Arts and Music in School Funding Annual Report is a very minimal report, but here I am to present to you that we have 3 full-time equivalent teachers certificated that is funded out of Prop 28. We do not have any classified, we do not have any aides that we pay for. We are serving all of our students, as you know, with the Arts Council. We braid those funds with Prop 28 and other funding sources, and every single school has program at their site. So,
didn't it say you had 3 music teachers?
There are 3 art teachers. So we have 2 music teachers. We have the middle school music teacher. We have the elementary music teachers funded out of Prop 28. And then we have a itinerant. She serves our littles. Janet Carlin, she serves Sarah Vista and Sunny Slope.
Okay, I don't know why I thought.
And we're still working to fulfill those positions. I think we can, the capacity of Prop 28 can go up to maybe 7, as noted by the Arts Council earlier. It's just hard to get anyone that's interested and qualified.
Right.
Okay, do I have a motion to approve the report?
I'll make a motion to approve 14G, Proposition 28, Arts and Music and Schools Funding Report.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Roll call. Trustee Tosti?
Aye.
Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
Trustee Grist?
Aye.
Trustee Rios? And I'm an aye as well. Motion carries. Moving on to H, discussion and approval of Sunny Slope cabling and bell clocks.
Board of Trustees, it's interim Superintendent Kip. You actually already spoke, hinted at this item with the demographic report about the Sunny Slope rooms. This is part of that from the IT side of it, getting those up and running. This will, these are rooms that we didn't touch when we did E-Raid. They weren't modernized.
Right.
Some services were actually kind of cut to the room, so this is bringing it all back and fully modern access points, bell clocks, getting them ready to match all the other classrooms and be good to go with our modern standards.
Okay.
Any questions? Okay, motion.
I make a motion that we approve of Sunny Slope cabling and bell clocks with ITMCX.
I second.
Okay, roll call. Trustee Tosti?
Aye.
Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
Trustee Grist?
Aye.
Trustee Rios? And I'm an aye as well. Motion carries. Moving on to item number 15. Do any of the board members have reports? Trustee Tosti?
Went to Sarah Vista School for their great art show there. It was really nice. Loved it.
I went to Sarah Vista Open House and Rancho Santana's Open House. Very well attended at both schools with parents. It was very, very nice.
Yeah. I too went to the art show at Sarah Vista. That was amazing.
Yes.
I really enjoyed it. Okay, Trustee Rios, we can't hear you. She's nothing to report. Okay, thank you. Okay, 16, future agenda items. Trustee Rios texted me that she has an agenda item she'd like to put on there. So she'd like to have community access facility use of our fields and playgrounds as a future agenda item. So when we do our future agenda items, we could put that on there. And then also if there's anything that's being vandalized that we need to know about, more so than we already know, and the cost of repairs and replacements beyond what we've already been talking about. Okay?
Just to clarify, so the future agenda item request is for to look at how many people access our facilities, or I know it's maybe
community access and facilities. Perhaps it would be, could Cheryl Rios, could you email to Superintendent Ward what you're asking for the future agenda item?
So I'll put it down. I'll put a placeholder for as called community access.
Community access and facilities.
Okay, and then you can
clarify.
And if the rest of the board's okay with that,
I think reiterating on the facilities, if I understood it correctly, since we had a lot of facilities and the costs were quite high, we don't get a very good detailed description as to all of the things that will be addressed, right, with that amount of money. I think that it's a very generalized sheet that is provided in the board packet, but I think
more detailed.
Okay. You know, if we're talking 13 bathrooms, or we're doing, you know, what are we doing? Because again, I want to make sure that the community understands we're not just saying bathrooms. We're talking.
The community needs to know what we're spending the money on.
Understood.
Especially when it's that amount of money. If we were to add all of those projects together, it's a lot of money.
Right. But just to clarify, that's not a future agenda item request. That's a request for procedure. Correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Brandon has his hand up.
Cheryl did type, she said, I wonder if we can look at whether we limit our facility use agreements.
Okay.
Oh, limit.
Oh, okay. So she's talking the civic
request.
Center.
Civic permits?
It's a civic center access.
Civic center access.
Which we did update.
Right.
Yeah, given an update. We just updated the rates. We could, I'll work with interim superintendent Ward, and we'll put something together with Mr. Bezzetta. Because they've got the list of who all is using it.
Right.
Okay. Did you hear that, Cheryl? Okay. All right. Oh, go ahead.
I have one other. I would like to be able to, and Kip's going to have to help me with this, to put together a committee to name the Marguerite Mays gym for Bernice Smith.
Do we have board policy on how
Yes.
to
So-
name them?
Yes, it's
So
all right here.
We do.
Okay.
Yeah, and what we do is we put a committee. We have a.
Well, we don't need to go through the process, but
Right.
we do have
We-
board policy.
Right,
as to
right.
how to go about it.
It is, there's board policy 7310, and we have to get a citizens advisory committee put together to review all the name suggestions that would come from the community, and then we have to have a public hearing at which people would be allowed to speak to those suggested names.
So does that become a future agenda item?
I don't know. That's my.
Well, it's actually, it would actually be if the board is asking me to take that process on, it would actually be a process to execute board policy 7310. Yeah. If that's something that the board is.
Yeah, the Mays will be 30 years old this August, or September. I think we opened it in September. So it'll be 30 years old. We have a time capsule that needs to come out.
True.
And it would be nice to dedicate the gym to her. She had to open that school. She had to put that school together as she was principal of Rancho at the same time.
And then, of course, other community members would be afforded the opportunity to recommend any name that they see fit.
On the process, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I would just like to get a committee together because the school is going to be 30 years old.
So just to be clear, I'm putting it on the sheet, but it's not a future agenda item. It's a process that we're going to undertake.
Okay. I don't know how to do it. Sorry.
Okay, any other future agenda items? Okay, let's move on to any announcements or reminders.
Oh, can you send out a schedule again on all of the graduations again, please?
Sure.
Do we sign up?
We haven't done that.
No, we stopped doing that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so we need to sign up.
I'll reshare the doc, no problem.
Okay, does somebody want to make a motion to adjourn?
I make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.